Good morning. What's up, everyone? Richard here, and welcome to Forex Fire. Happy Monday, guys. How's it going?
Hey,
Hey, what's up? What's up?
another beautiful day in the
All
neighborhood.
good, all good.
Absolutely.
How was your weekends? Good? Did you behave yourselves?
Oh, it's great. Behaved, yep.
Yeah.
Behaved.
Good.
I would
Same
Like
here.
I told Michael me and Michael were on earlier, and I spent all day yesterday not even looking at charts. Not Sunday, but Saturday.
All right.
Just kind of got away
Yeah,
and
I did the same.
unplugged for the day, and
Yeah.
it was nice.
Yeah, I just watched the
I was
markets
flirting
come
with
down. I didn't even check my charts after Friday after I left. It was just I was too busy with other stuff. And then it's like, jeepers, look at the markets were like pretty wild. So, yeah.
yeah. I stayed up a little
Let's
while.
see how the new week goes, right?
Yeah. It should be a little quieter, thankfully.
Yeah.
A little less news,
Let's see.
or a lot less
Let's
news.
see.
Nope.
Right, to all our viewers, welcome, guys. Hope you enjoyed the show. Again, we'll be on for about 4 hours. There'll be a news segment in between as well, and we'll also have a little bit of a break, generally 2 hours in. So, hope you're having a great day so far. And again, if you've got any questions, please let us know in the chat there. We'll be more than happy to answer them for you. Right, gents, who wants to kick things off today? Show us what you got.
Swift, Michael?
What was that? Oh, you said, it turned all the way around. It's nowhere near been setting up.
Oh, yeah, I just now got onto it.
Oh.
Yep. Quite a ways away, huh? Yeah, it chopped through the zone I was looking at, too. I was looking at, what was that, 0.9330. But, yeah, a little too low on the curve. I figured it would be, but I at least wanted to see how.
Was this a pair you were looking at earlier?
Yeah, Michael was looking at it on our client markets last night.
Okay.
Right.
Cool.
We was looking at a Euro CHF for sure.
I see.
But it's way too hot now. Yeah, this thing is blown out the box, is what I would call it. It's far away now.
Cool. All good. I mean, let's ease into the Monday, I suppose, into the week.
For sure.
Yep. Richard, if you like, I can go over a couple things. Just kind of
a
little bit of the COT report. Yeah, we can go over the COT report. I always do it on the Sunday show, but it's always good to share with the European audience as well. Since that's the Asian office that I share with. So, yeah, just looking off screen, looking at my COT report. When it came to last week, of course, the COT report for everybody, as a reminder, it always comes out Fridays, usually around 3:30 p.m. Central or 4 o'clock Central. Usually just depends how quickly they get it out. But really the top 5 gainers, as far as the big banks and institutions, what they increased their longs on was Aussie dollar, 1.14%, silver at 1.87%, New Zealand dollar at 2.14%, the Swiss franc at 2.3%, and the biggest gainer was the Nikkei at 15.79%. So they really liked the Nikkei. And It's no surprise the Nikkei is my top setup index in my algorithm, my top setups. It's given me a bullish score of a 9, a very bullish score of a 9, actually. So that's a little bit on the gainers. And then if we flip to the ones they increased their shorts on, coming in at 5th was actually the South African Rand, which is not a currency I trade, but I know you pay attention to it, Richard. They did get rid of 2.15%, or I should say they increased 2.15% of their shorts. U.S. Treasuries, 10-year Treasuries, was a minus 3.25%. And then the two biggest losers on the currencies was the British pound at minus 3.36%, the Japanese yen at minus 5.01%. And the biggest loser of them all, or one that they sold off the most, was the Dow Jones at 6.62%.
Wow.
So just just looking at the U.S. indices, obviously the Dow was the biggest seller, and then Russell 2000 was a minus 1.42%. And then if we go back to the longs side, they did increase the NASDAQ by 0.36%, so just a small percentage, and the SPX at 0.89%. So basically sold a little on two of them and bought a little on the other two. So kind of mixed results when you're just looking at
What is your
just
score on
strictly
the Nazi, by the way?
What's that?
What's your score on the NASDAQ?
NASDAQ is so NASDAQ is a 6. So it's still in bullish territory. So I've only really got 5
gold?
assets. It's neutral. So if I put in my neutral ones, gold's right there. It's giving me a 4. So it only really needs one more, negative piece of U.S. data. Perhaps we could see that tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow for the services PMI report. They're forecasting a good number though for the U.S. Services PMI. They've actually had a previous score of 50.8. They're expecting 51.5, so a little better on the expansion scale there. So obviously, if we have anything less than 51.5, right, then that could definitely give another point to gold, and that would officially be on the bullish bias according to the fundamental data and the sentiment data. So,
gotcha. Thanks.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's a little bit about the COT report. It's no surprise that the British pound is the second most sold off asset since they had not a very good week last week as a result of all the data that come out. Yeah, and just for context, the U.S. dollar, it's minus 1.85%. So yeah, they did sell off on the dollar as well. I almost wonder, I almost bet you that prior to the NFP data, that was probably a good bullish number, a good long number. But obviously, when that NFP came out, I guarantee you they sold off pretty hard. So yeah. I'm just almost betting that the first part of that week was positive. So I'm surprised it wasn't more, to be honest with you, on the U.S. dollar. But yeah, minus 1.85%. Gold as well as minus 1.13%. So yeah, kind of a mixed bag for the indices, but the British pound is still showing, along with the Aussie dollar, as the lowest score on my economic surprise meter. So just for those two, it's 38%. So that's 38% of their reports have been exceeding expectations. But the two biggest ones are the euro and the Swiss franc. So they're both at 100% right now. So 100% of their recent data has exceeded expectations. So yeah, that's that as always, that's just one thing to look at, but it's a pretty good.
Wasn't the Swiss also hit pretty hard with the tariffs? I think the hardest out of the European countries, I've read somewhere.
Yeah.
Good morning, Stacey.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, Euro, Swiss, the strongest. And then obviously, like I said, the pound Aussie. So the U.S. dollar is right in the middle. It moved back to 50%. So I think last week before the NFP data came out, it was sitting at like 62%. So yeah, obviously it got hit pretty hard on Friday, and it's back down to 50%. So pretty well neutral. So like I was telling Michael last night, any chance I get to buy euro and Swiss and sell the pound and Aussie dollar this week? That's really my game plan.
Right. Stacey's asking about the US 30. Good morning, Stacey. I think I said hello, but if I didn't, good morning.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
Good morning. Good
Dow
morning.
is showing
on the US 30.
Morning, Stacey. Yeah. Dow for me is more neutral. It's giving me a +1 score, but yeah, we could definitely take a look at a chart, at some point to see what that is out there. But yeah, so like I said, I've got 5 assets on my positive score, on my bullish score. It's the euro dollar at 6, euro Aussie dollar at 7, Nikkei at 9, euro pound at 9, which is the one I closed out Friday for a really nice gain. And then NASDAQ at 10. So it's really the same theme for me as last week. All the pound pairs are very bearish, led by the pound Swiss at -13, pound Jap at -12, pound New Zealand -12, pound CAD -9, and then the fifth most bearish would be the dollar Swiss actually at -7. So,
nice.
but yeah, that's really the top 5 and top 10 is according to my top setups page.
Okay.
UK, just so that you know, Richard, I know you like the UK. It's currently showing a -5. And yeah, I think that's it. I've got 3 indices on my top setups, and all the rest are the currency pairs. So nice week for Forex trading out there, because you got some really strong signals, very bearish and very bullish
Right.
to choose from. And
not much crazy news.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've already had the CPI news come out, -2% forecast, but they actually got a 0, so that's good for the Swissy, which it was already at 100%. So what does that give it extra credit? So 110%. But yeah, that's it for the day, fellas. The next news is tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. for the services PMI for the U.S.
Yeah.
And then New Zealand has their unemployment data coming out later in the evening. So
I think the US on Thursday, unemployment claims. Yeah, pretty light on the economic calendar this week, which is probably a good thing.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
sure.
I guess the best.
I always messed
Pretty
well
well.
lately for the past 2 weeks.
Yeah, it's going to be nice. I mean, obviously the pound is expected to drop their rate by 25 basis points at 6 a.m. Thursday, 6 a.m. Central Time.
Okay.
So that's really the biggest piece of news all week, to be honest.
Right.
So yeah, it should be a little more of a supply and demand week, right? As far as just letting supply and demand work its magic, and hopefully we don't get any mean tweets to any extent. We can just focus on some price action after things kind of straightened out after last week's chaos. So
Never a dull
that's really kind of the top one. Yeah, never. Yeah, his last tweet was 4 hours ago, so he's sleeping. So we got at least another 30 minutes before he wakes up. The man's a vampire. He sleeps like 4 hours a night. That's it.
Right.
Now,
we're going to jump into some charts, guys? Or
was something about Charlemagne the God, one of the hosts of the Breakfast Club, the TV show. He said something about him. Yeah.
Who allows him
it's
to
gonna be
call
interesting
himself
because he's
the guy?
Yeah, could you imagine the uproar if I used that? Yeah, they would definitely. They're gonna definitely be talking about it on the show in the morning for sure.
Yep.
Right.
Oh, cool, look like they brought your chart up.
What's up there, Michael's? Okay.
Okay. Well, yeah, nothing too much for me just as of yet. Still pretty early. The only thing I was kind of looking at, it looks like, was USD CHF. I don't know if this is going to set up properly, but we shall see. Let's see here. So, so you can kind of see it's starting to try to play out as to what I was looking for. Right, we got this 5,200 cross, so we know we are in level 2, of course. And then you can see I kind of got this W drawn out from last week, and it's trying to do that. Not sure if this is going to play out the way I want it to exactly. But we shall see if we do. We do need this close. Let me take this off. We need this close above this 50 here. Right? Close above here. And this is the 1 hour chart, of course. And then also for the 4 hour confirmation, we need to see this close above. Had this closed up here, this might have been good to go. Right? Okay. So we got 42 minutes on this. So we'll pay a little attention to it. But yeah, looking for. I don't really like them when they don't close above the 13. So as you can kind of see here, this looks like a W. Right? I can see that. However, I like it when it actually closes. Like if you actually look here, this didn't close above the 13 EMA right here. It's just close to it. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if they gave a real move. So it would be more like this is the first leg, close above second leg, and then close above here, right? And then rise. All right, so I wouldn't be surprised if they pull this move. In fact, this is actually much more interesting to me than what it's trying to do now. Again, for the simple fact that there's no close above this 13. What signifies a leg for me is a close above the 13. Right? So, again, technically here, there is no close. We only have one close above 13 in May right now.
Oh, I see.
So, hit or miss right now. I wouldn't take this until this pulled back down, though. Right?
Okay.
I want to see it do that. So,
They got
this
to
is
change
really
it up on you, right?
one that, yeah. They're trying to with this move right here.
They tried.
Right?
They tried to pull a fast one.
They think they're yeah, but I'm not going to fall for that. Right. But yeah, beyond this, there wasn't too many to look at, to be totally honest, guys. Like a lot of the pairs are really, really far away. Like really far.
Mm-hmm.
We had that NFP news Friday. We had a lot of pairs that kind of went sporadic. So they're pretty at some extremes, which, as you guys know, I don't trade the extremes. Want to see that pull back first. So
stay away.
Yes.
Far away.
Yes. So
far.
Yeah, so not too much. I know we got news, and it looks like about 10 minutes. So I'll hold off on going through all the pairs. Most of them are still marked up from last week anyway.
Okay.
Do that afterwards.
Yeah,
I think it was one more that was kind of close as well, which was USD CAD, which I saw pretty much the same exact setup as USD CHF. We got this 5200 cross, of course, and they're kind of pulling that same little fake move, right? If you look at it, I don't like this. This is not a real close right here. This is more or less, again, another fake out. So I want to see this hopefully close and then run up, right? And in all honesty, I actually like this one better. I like USD CAD better than USD CHF. They got a little bit more room to run. Like if you guys remember, I'm typically targeting the ADR high, right? But on USD CHF, the ADR high is already right here. So like it a little bit better when it's a little further away, because that would technically be the bounce area over here. So yeah, it would just be more or less for something that looks a little bit like that. Yeah, that's really it so far, guys. Like again, it's really, really sporadic. Pairs are all over the place right about now. So I'm probably won't be taking trades until a little bit later in the day, maybe even tomorrow. To be totally honest.
Right on.
No, the Funk Soul Brothers. Whenever you say that, I always think about that song.
So I made a.
What's that?
Whenever you say it right about now, Michael, I always think about the Funk Soul Brothers. What's that song called?
Fat Boy Slim.
Yeah,
Right?
That's the one. Yeah, Fat Boy Slim.
Yeah, I made a TikTok video where this girl challenged me to a dance off.
Oh no!
And so I'm sitting in my bedroom videotaping myself because she did like a crazy, weird, fun dance, and then I did the same thing, and that was the song playing in the background. I'll have to find it and send it to you guys later after stream.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like a little 10, 15
That'll be
second video.
hilarious to see.
You'll get a kick out of it. Yeah, I'll find it. Send it
Yeah,
to you
please. Promises, huh?
They
Well,
give you
we
some
will
idea.
remember.
Oh,
We'll be
yeah.
accountable.
Yeah. Actually, I think it was on Instagram, but either way, I have the link. Yeah, I'll have to find it. Good stuff. But,
Yeah, please do.
maybe that'll be
Man
maybe that'll
of
be something for the
multiple
back
talents.
end to share with everybody at some point.
That's
Right.
right stuff.
Well, if you like, before the news starts, I can quickly go over my trade I finished on Friday, just real quick.
Yeah,
Good.
Yeah,
all good.
yeah. I'll show that back end. If you can move on over to my GUI trades. So the euro pound is the trade I was in since Tuesday. Like I always say, I'm kind of like, it sounds to me like Michael's about the same. I usually take my trades on Tuesdays, let them work for the week, and usually close them out by Friday, unless it's something I just really feel good about staying in, which isn't too often, but yeah, that 2 to 3 day period. So anyway, Tuesday I got in this euro pound trade. Was giving me a bullish score all week. I think it was around a 6 or a 7 when I got in it. Bought this 4-hour demand zone. It was also within a daily demand zone, that red candle right there. So that was the confluence I like to look for. When I got into this trade, it was a 15-minute candle so we had all these, when it hit the zone, it had all these doji candles right in here. And it was just wicking on both sides. So I was waiting on a candle like this, an expanded range candle that closed above there, just showing some actual decision. And then I waited for this candle here, and I bought as it broke that high. So I got into that trade. It kind of danced around sideways. And then when it got NFP time on Friday, it was up in this area. So it was about a 1-to-1 at that point. So I had went ahead and moved my stop loss up to just ahead of break even for a cup of coffee, worst case scenario. I decided to let this thing run because I knew that if we caught some I mean, it's kind of a gamble, but either way, I wasn't worried about it. I already got my cup of coffee, right? So I thought, well, let's just hold it open for the NFP. It's a trade I was already up, several pips. So I thought we'd let it run. Of course, the euro pound moves 40 pips a day. And I think at that point I was up like 15, 20 pips, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it might as well be 60, 70 pips if it were some of these other pairs, right? So just because of how much slower it moves. So anyway, yeah, price hit. It immediately spiked up pretty good. Actually, if I go down to the 1 minute, so right here is where NFP came out. It just spiked really hard, about 20 pips, which again, 20 pips is quite a bit in the euro pound. That's half a day's work, right? So it spiked up really good. As soon as it spiked up, I went ahead and moved my stop loss where that green line is, just so I can catch, at least catch that. Because prior, I think I had my stop loss somewhere in this area here, I think it was. So, yeah, I ended up tossing up another 15, 18 pips to below this low. And then it kind of went crazy for a few minutes, came back down, made this low point. And when it broke this high, I moved my stop loss under here, under this point. And then, like I was telling Michael on the quiet market session last night, obviously I trade longer terms. This is a 4-hour demand zone that I bought, but I turned into a scalp trader real quick because I was sitting here micromanaging the trailing stop the whole time. So it just kept making highs, and I moved it to this point after it made this high, and then it made this high here, so I moved it under here. I just kept trailing my stop up. Made this next high here. I think I trailed it up under there, made that high there, and I trailed it up to this point here, and then finally got taken out right here. So it was a $236 trade on GUI trades, and on my other broker, I ended up making, what did I say it was, $2,140 profit. So,
Oh, wow.
yeah, that was really good for my other broker. So I was super stoked. And then, yeah, finally after it closed out, I was able to crash out because by then it was like 2 hours past my normal bedtime. So I was sitting here about an hour and a half, trail stopping it for that whole time. So, yeah, that I had two other cup of coffee trades earlier in the week, so no real profit, but that one trade made my whole week right there. So,
Oh, yeah, that's
so yeah,
pretty decent. Pretty
yeah,
decent.
that was it was a really good
Absolutely.
trade. So I was pretty happy.
Not
But
little bit, like proper decent.
I think that's honestly my biggest one I've had on this other broker that I've got. I got a 250K
Okay.
challenge on another account from well before Hola Prime. So yeah, it's working in a pretty good direction. So I'm pretty happy with it. But yeah, we can get into more
Nice.
after the news piece here in a minute. But yeah, needless to say, the beers with the girlfriend Friday night tasted a little bit better.
I can imagine.
Yep.
I
Yeah,
love it.
our new
Good job.
yeah, and I took her out to Outback Steakhouse. That's a really good restaurant here in the States. So it yeah, it was just a pretty good celebration, pretty good day, pretty good evening.
Nice.
I love when that happens.
Glad you enjoyed.
It was $100 ticket by the time I got out of Outback, but it was well worth it.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we don't go eat out that often, but if we do, we tend to splash a little bit. I do like cooking at home and stuff with friends and entertaining, but it is nice going out sometimes.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Well, she's a lot like I am.
Everything is
She's really big on healthy eating and everything. So, but yeah, once in a while, I just want to go out and splurge.
Keep you in line.
Yeah.
Your waistline.
Yeah, I'm happy.
All right.
I'm happy.
Good.
Yes.
Tiger, are we ready
sir.
for the news? Are we going to
News?
have a
Yeah,
new segment
let's
now,
do it.
guys, for about five or so minutes? So we will be diving back into the charts, and see you soon. Over to you, Tiger.
All right.
Yep.
Well, what's going on, traders? Coming to you here about 3:30 a.m. Central Time in Kansas City. Good morning in Europe, and welcome back to Forex Fire, your premier source for all the market-moving news you need to start your trading week. Let's dive deep into Friday's explosive moves and break down everything you need to watch in the days ahead. So the U.S. dollar remains under intense pressure this Monday morning following Friday's shockingly weak jobs report that sent ripples throughout the global markets. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, the BLS, reported just 73,000 new jobs created in July, a staggering miss compared to the 110,000 jobs that economists had forecast. But the real bombshell came in the revisions. The BLS slashed previous month's numbers by a combined 258,000 jobs, revealing an even weaker labor market than initially thought. So that's what they call a revision when you look at your calendar, economic calendar. This disastrous report sent September rate cut odds skyrocketing above 70%, according to the CME FedWatch tool. That's up from just 30% before the data release. So that's 40% jump just in that 5-minute window. The political fallout was immediate and dramatic. President Trump fired the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, Erica McIntyre, accusing her of manipulating the numbers for political purposes. Meanwhile, in a surprise move, Federal Reserve Governor Adriana Kugler announced her resignation effective August 8th. And that left another vacancy on the Fed board that Trump will need to fill. These developments have raised serious questions about Fed independence at a critical moment for monetary policy. In the currency markets, the euro was Friday's big winner, surging 1.5% against the battered dollar as traders priced in a more dovish Fed path. However, the single currency still closed the week lower overall as concerns about the eurozone economy persist. This morning, euro US dollar is consolidating just above the 1.155 level as traders await the eurozone Centix investor confidence data for August. The British pound managed a modest 0.5% recovery on Friday, but remains under significant pressure below the 1.33 handle. All eyes are now turning to Thursday's Bank of England meeting, where policymakers are expected to hold rates steady, but may provide important clues about their future policy direction. I think that was a typo. It's 4.25%. And they're projected to drop at 25 months to 4.0. So I think I had a typo, but that should be the right number. The voting pattern and any changes to their inflation outlook could spark significant pound volatility. The most dramatic move came in the USD JPY currency pair, which collapsed 2.2% on Friday, one of its worst single-day performances this year. The pair found some support near the 147.5 level and has edged back toward 148 this morning. But it does remain vulnerable to further downside if Treasury yields continue to slide. Gold. So gold prices exploded higher on Friday, breaking through the 3,350 level as falling yields and increased Fed easing expectations boosted demand for the precious metal. The rally was further supported by escalating geopolitics after President Trump ordered the deployment of 2 nuclear submarines near Russia in response to provocative comments from former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev. This morning brought a surprise from Switzerland, where the consumer price index came in flat at 0.0% for July versus expectations of a 0.2% decline, and that was just about 2 hours ago. This marks the first non-negative reading after 3 consecutive months of falling prices and could give the Swiss National Bank some pause as they consider future policy moves. So looking ahead to today's session, the main focus will be on U.S. factory orders data at 10 o'clock a.m. Eastern Time, more of a yellow folder event. And while this is typically, like I say, a second-tier release, any significant miss could further reinforce expectations for Fed easing and keep the dollar under pressure. The rest of the week is packed with potential market movers. Tuesday brings the crucial services PMI number, often called the real economy report, which could either confirm or contradict Friday's weak jobs data. Wednesday features New Zealand inflation expectations, which could revive a speculation about further RBNZ, that's Royal Bank of New Zealand, rate hikes. Thursday is shaping up to be the week's biggest day with the Bank of England's policy decision and quarterly inflation report in the early morning, followed by U.S. jobless claims data later in the day. The BOE is widely expected. Yeah, that's a typo. It should be, let me look at my calendar real quick. Previous was 4.25%. Yeah, and they're forecasting a 4%. So that's a typo. So I don't know how that got in there like that. But either way, we're looking for a 25 basis point cut. So sorry about that. But yeah, we wrap up the week with Canada's employment report on Friday, which could spark big moves in the loonie. The Canadian dollar has been under pressure recently, and a weak jobs number could reinforce expectations for Bank of Canada easing in the coming months. So traders, this is shaping up to be an incredibly volatile week across all asset classes. Make sure you're staying tuned to Forex Fire throughout the day for real-time analysis and trade ideas. Let's make these market moves work for us. So that's your comprehensive market update. We'll be back with more throughout the trading day. Until then, trade smart and stay profitable. And with that, back to you guys.
Thank you, Mr. Tiger. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I am just looking. I am looking because I know that Thursday, previous 4.25% for the BOE, and the forecast is 4%. So, yeah, there was a typo in my news piece. But I figured it out. Glad I caught that. I don't want to be giving fake news out, right? All right, so good deal. Yeah, back end, if you would, just pull my chart back up, and I'll take a peek at some of the alerts I do have set. I don't really have a ton of alerts compared to Friday, not yet anyway. Just basically waiting for some of these markets to trend a little bit and give me some zones. But if I just start from the top, the dollar Swiss. So I know, Michael, you said you were looking to try to buy it up. Is that right? Buy it up upwards?
Dollar Swiss. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Well, that might be another one you can hand off to me, because I do have an alert set at 0.8171. So dollar Swiss, I think, what did I have? A -7. So it's a bearish score when you're looking at the fundamentals. Now, I'm a little leery about taking this short, only because, it's a 4-hour supply within a daily supply. Now, it's hit the daily already. And you can see just by hitting the daily by itself, it had a pretty deep retracement, which, of course, was from, the NFP. But it got real close. I mean, look at this. It got real close to touching the 4-hour, but it missed it. It missed it by about a pip or half a pip. Right. So there's my alert. So it just missed it. So, I mean, it's still on there. I'm just going to be real careful with this one. If and when it does hit, I'm going to make sure I get double the volume on a bearish candle out of that zone. Yeah, prove to me, big banks, that I want the big banks to prove to me that's really where they want to sell that thing. But if it breaks through there, then yeah, I don't. There's a lot of congestion in this area. That almost looks like a supply area there, but I would basically just need to see the Swiss franc or the dollar franc drop and create a new 4-hour supply zone somewhere along the way for me to get back interested, or 1 hour. It really just depends. So, yeah, I'm going to give it one shot right there. Otherwise, it's going to be off my map for at least the next few days to give it time to form some new zones, right? So that's where I really stand with the dollar CS. Nikkei, that's the second most bullish item I have. It's a very bullish score of a 9. So, yeah, when that NFP data came out, it did. Oh, well, that is the one that hit that 10-minute demand zone last week. That's old news. I need to delete that. So, just more retail chop. I basically wouldn't be interested unless I get a nice deep discount down here to the 38,590 level for a buy there. It'd be buying under the retail zone. Obviously, I'd have my master pattern contraction points along the way to help me out. So, yeah, Nikkei, just give me a drop into that demand, and I might be interested in buying that up. Euro Swiss, I know you were looking at that too, Michael. It blitzed right through this overhead supply zone. So not interested in that. And really, for me, if I zoom all the way out, on a 4-hour, it's just a lot of sideways nonsense. So the only zone I really see for my trading style would be the daily demand up top here. What does a week look like? I haven't looked at it on weekly. Yeah, weekly. I got a weekly supply clear up here, so nothing that's in the immediate area, to be honest with you. Looking at the weekly, this is just a bunch of sideways action. Obviously, the same on the daily. Look at all the master pattern contraction boxes. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them, all within that 100 pip range. So clearly, I have no interest in selling anywhere in this area, because that's nothing more than just a big cluster. So I might take a stab at just the daily by itself, but that is about 100 pip range. So I don't know. Well, we'll see. Maybe if I go to the midpoint, because I was trying to go all the way back to like the 10 and the 5-minute time frame, and I really couldn't find any decent looking supply zones within. So I think the best I came up with was if I put it on a 15-minute time frame and then go all the way back. I just basically looked at the last green candle from here, and it kind of wicked down, but kind of got touched a little later, so it kind of took out part of that. If I just look at the body, though, well, it even wicked in right here as well, right? So I don't know. I might just look at that, if nothing else, as maybe a midpoint sell, a midpoint of the daily. So that might be an opportunity. It's like I said, it's quite a wide range, but that's really the best it's given me. Euro Swiss was given. Oh, wait a second. You know what? I think Euro Swiss. Oh, it fell off my list out now that I look at it. Okay, so Euro Swiss is a -4 now. So that okay. But yeah, probably won't have any interest in it now. I think last night, Michael, when we were looking at it, it was a -5. So I just realized it fell off, but no worries. Right. Pound dollar is giving me a -7. Yeah, it just goes to show this list is dynamic. Sometimes things change, and I fail to see it but that's always the last thing I do, because I know this. The only reason I have an alert set for any of these is because it's either giving me a 5 or higher or a -5 or less. So quite often, sometimes I'll check something, but the last thing I always do is verify or double check with the top setups. And then obviously, right. Sometimes it fell back to neutral camp. Pound dollar. Yeah, pound dollar. I do have this daily supply up here, and I got 2 supply zones on smaller time frames within. So, was that I think that first one is a 2-hour. Yeah, so 2-hour candle there, and then that one up there is 2-hour as well. So I would essentially look at this zone this way, guys. If it came all the way up here, I would essentially take the proximal line of this bottom zone and then just add it in with the zone above and just make that its own bigger zone. That's probably what I would end up doing on that. Just kind of make it its own zone, right? I mean, that's the zone on top of a zone. So that's a really cool thing I like to see with supply and demand. So yeah, that's probably the best spot, the best probability spot. But I do have another smaller zone a little closer. Pound dollar, because it is a -7. I might take this zone here on the 1 hour, but I mean that's kind of diddling in the middle, right? When you're looking at this top to this bottom,
a little bit.
If that were a stronger bearish bias, I would probably be interested in it. But because it's only a -7, I'm probably just going to wait. I'm probably going to wait till we get up here. Now, the pound Swiss, the pound Jap, the pound New Zealand, that's -12s and -13s. If I had a score like that for pound dollar, I'd probably be a little more interested in taking it, because what often happens to me, like I said last night, Michael, a lot of times I'll set supply and demand zones and it'll run off and leave me because I'm looking for too deep of a discount. So
right, for a deeper.
Yeah, I'm a cheap wad.
Those crab legs don't do.
That's right. I'm a cheap wad, man. I like to shop. Give me good prices. So anyway, we'll see. I mean, who knows? Maybe by the time price gets up there, maybe we'll lose a few more points. We'll see.
Right.
Aussie Swiss. That's a -6. You got all this nonsense here. I got this supply that I've been watching for the last week and a half. So nothing's really changed there. It's just doing more retail sideways action in about a 80 pip range, right? So we do have a newly formed demand zone down here to make for a potential take profit. That would be that'd be about a 2-to-1. So not my favorite, but it's a 2-to-1, right? So we'll see. But if that one fails, I do have another supply just ahead. Pound New Zealand, -12. So nothing's changed on this. I still have that 4-hour zone up here at the top end of this. I mean, you could kind of look at that almost like a chop fest, but it's giving me more clear up and down moves rather than just wick. So might take a look at that. That zone's already hit and dropped, so that zone worked out. But it only went, what was that, about 20% into the zone? About 25% into the zone. But the other reason I like this zone here is because I do have that trend line kind of going down. So yeah, if I could get price to bounce in there and maybe touch that zone, or touch the zone, but also, bump into that trend line, then that would give me a little more happiness in short. Plus, it's a nice wide range. It's a nice 60 pip zone or so. So that'll give me some wiggle room. I like that. The only thing against taking this zone is this demand has been hit on the daily. So as always, a daily zone stronger than a 4-hour zone, right? A 4-hour zone stronger than a 1-hour zone. So that would be one potential reason to stay out of it, but we'll see. Pound Japanese yen, I've already, let's see, that was giving me a -12 score, so don't really have a whole lot. Let me look at this thing. So higher high, higher low, higher high. We did have the double bottom for the low, but I don't really, if you look at it on a 4-hour, it looks a little better, right? You got a high point, low point, lower high, lower low. So it's on a 4-hour time frame. This is shaping up. I did want to watch this little zone in the interim, but it had already hit the demand below. Yeah, it wicked in right there. So that negated that zone when that happened. I think I drew this zone up before price hit the zone, the daily zone on the bottom. Yeah, because that was only a 30-minute. And yeah, so I stayed out of that. So that's old news. I can delete that. So the next move is, it's a little too narrow of a zone. I drew that one in. It's about 18 pips. That might possibly, I don't know. I'll keep an eye on that. If I don't get anything out of that or even this area here, I'll probably just ignore Pound Jap. I'll let it give me some more, let it work its way out and show me some more zones. I really want it to chew through this demand down here, to be honest. If it chews through this demand, if we get a move like this and it breaks through and closes down here, then I would wait for a retracement, because maybe this right here could be the start of a supply zone. But nothing's there yet. That's probably the move I'm going to wait for. I need a little more proof that it wants to roll around and start, going down after that long uptrend. So
right, I can see that.
But yeah, -12.
Cycle,
it is a very strong. Yeah, exactly. That's where the big banks are selling here to collect profit, selling here to collect profit, selling here to start the inevitable downtrend, right? Sell. So I'm looking for them to make a new lower high. So that's partly why I drew this zone in, because if I'm just trying to think like a bank, right? They've accumulated, now they're distributing. Now they just need a lower high point somewhere. So, if I had to speculate, it would be something like that. So that's the only reason I would look to even sell before it makes this low, before it knocks out this supply down here. It's just because I feel like they're rolling it. So we'll see. Again, I'm not Nostradamus, but if I'm trying to think like a bank, that's what I'd be doing. Yeah. Or actually, maybe even this, right? Maybe even this zone here. So on a 1-hour time frame, I got this supply. So again, we'll see. And then I got this tiny one up top. I'm not too confident about that one because it is a lot narrower. This one at least has some more girth to it. We'll see how that works out.
Just a little bit.
Let's see here. Nazi.
Sorry, guys.
Where are you at, Nazi? What's that?
I'm just
I thought you said.
running some tests here on my side. That's why I'm quiet. So please to continue. If you're not hearing from me, that's the reason.
Oh, no worries. Yep, no worries. Stacy Trades, I think you're right, brother. I think today, he says, I think today is a spectator day. Absolutely. pull up your bowl of popcorn and just observe the price action. It's days like today, Michael. I don't know about you, but it's days like today. I just like to drop down to smaller time frames and just watch price action on whatever it is you're looking at, and just kind of play the hard right edge game, so to speak. Right?
No, it's definitely one of those days, because again, then this is typical for that Monday after NFP. To be totally honest, like this happens quite often.
Yep. No, that's right. That's right. So for the NASI, this is just, I showed Michael this last night. Richard, I don't know if you can see, but good example of how powerful that NFP report can be. So NFP dropped, and then it dropped below this demand zone. It dropped below this demand zone. It dropped below this demand zone. It didn't care about my demand zones, right? Doesn't care. Obviously, the NASI is still giving. Yeah. Well, before the NFP hit, NASDAQ was giving me 11 or 12 score, something like that. And it dropped all the way down to 6 at one point, but it's back up to 10 today. So how quickly these can change. So, yeah, I just want a bigger discount for the NASI all the way down here to the 22,500 level. Get below this retail sideways action and all this nonsense. Yeah. That's really it. What did I draw there? I had 2 white lines there. I must have. Let me go down there and see what I drew in. It was off that wick. Whatever that is, I picked a pretty good area. Let me look at that. 5 minutes. Oh, okay. Oh, I had a 5-minute demand zone, and I forgot to color it in, but look at that. It must have picked a decent area because it bounced. Well, either way, that was during the Friday madness, so I wasn't going to take it, but it looks like that's actually working out. But, yeah, either way, I mean, it looks like it's wanting to curl up now, right? So if I can get – well, first of all, I need to delete this old news, all these demand zones that I knew would fail. Delete that one. Yeah, I was just looking at a 1 hour. Yeah, haven't really had any real volume since the market opened yesterday. So,
yeah,
all this
too major for
this
sure.
up move. Yeah, it's not a very convincing up move, is it? So, yeah, man. I think, to be honest, I'm just more interested in this demand down here, unless we start getting, volume picking up and actually giving some decent uptrend. Then I might look for a smaller time frame, maybe a 5 or a 15 or something. I don't know. That'd probably be the only way I'd get into the NASI today. Catch it on the way up, because it is, again, it's giving me that positive 10 very bullish score. So we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it, but I do have an alert set. Euro pound. So this is the one that I profited on the other day. I really want to get back into this thing. It's the most bullish currency pair I have, which is a very bullish score of 9. Doesn't look like the COT report helped. It's more of a neutral score, but yeah, really good economic data. The retail traders are net short on this thing, so love the contrarian signal there for a bullish signal. What else I got? Seasonality is good for this pair. GDP report is good. SPMI, retail sales, unemployment rate, interest rate. So all that's benefit in the euro over the pound. So yeah, I did draw this smaller zone, 10-minute time frame, I believe it was. Yeah. So if I look at this on just the master pattern perspective, okay. So we got an hour contraction here. So that's a value point. That's a fair value, and really over here too. So anywhere I can buy underneath is undervalued. So if I can get a drop into this 10-minute demand, I'm scooping it up. Scooping it up.
Right.
That's what I want right there. That's exactly what I want. So I got my alert set. Hopefully that one will hit. That's only Well, it's about 5-6 pips away, which you might as well multiply that by 3. About 15, 20, right, for other currency. 5 pips doesn't sound like a lot, but a euro pound, it's quite a bit. Just like the New Zealand Swiss, same thing, kind of a slower pair. So, hey, it paid me once, Michael, Richard. Let me see if it can pay me again, right?
Simple as that. It just might.
Hello. All right, so pound Canada dollar. So that one's giving me a -9. What have I got here? So it looks like I drew up. That must be a 1 hour or 2 hour. It's okay, 2 hour supply there. It's got a bunch of junk to the left of it. I'll probably ignore that one. I did have a more immediate one right here. Yeah, not too thrilled with it. It's really the closest one I got. Pound CAD, that's a -9. So that qualifies as very bearish. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on that area. I mean, I like the zone placement because, again, right above it is, well, if I go a little further back in time, there's well, actually, that might be farther than I care to pay attention to. I was going to say I do have a former resistance point way back here.
Right.
That I was kind of keeping. That might be a little too far away, so I don't know that I would give that much credence. But yeah, and plus it's in that retail area too, isn't it? So yeah, I don't know about pound CAD now that I think about it. I think I just want it to drop some more. Maybe try taking out this daily demand. And it's actually bounced into it. So absolutely, that's an easy decision now. So I'm definitely going to not give a crap about this one, this supply zone. So I'm just going to delete that alert. I don't care about it. This daily demand is stronger than any of these smaller time frame supply zones, right? So definitely anticipate that going up. So yeah. So there, took that off my list. All right. So Bitcoin, I still have that Bitcoin alert. Bitcoin's only giving me a score of a 3, but again, the last time I got into a Bitcoin trade, I won pretty good with a score of a 2 or 3. So I'm not as strict on Bitcoin as strict, but yeah, I still got this. I got this 12-hour demand, and I still do have that 1 hour demand within the 12-hour. So yeah, that's the one I've been watching for a couple weeks now, and that one, and yeah, this was the 2 hour zone that I was watching Friday. And then my girl, she told me to get off the charts so I can delete that old news. But yeah, that's I guess the best option I have at the moment is that little area there. So give me a drop into there. We might look to take something up like that. So that would be the $111,076 level. If it busts through that, then I'm really not interested in Bitcoin until it comes all the way down here to the $101,600 level, which has the 100,000 psychological level going right through the middle of it. So absolutely, this is a beautiful area. This is a daily demand, which is the yellow, and then it looks like a 2 or a 1 hour. Looks like a 1 hour. For confluence right in the center of it, right around that 100,000 mark. Yep. So there's the last red candle down before the big move up. So I guarantee you there's probably hundreds of thousands of set of eyes on that level, right?
Sitting right there at it.
Yep. But who knows? As always, Bitcoin is known for those big moves. So, if I'll definitely take a stab at it if we do get down to this level, but I'm going to be quite careful about that because I do also like, of course, this former resistance point going right above it. So yeah, definitely going to take a stab at it. Only question is what percentage do I want to risk on it? 0.2%, 0.5%, right? That's pretty much what I'd be considering on that. So. And then I think the last one at the moment, let's see, Aussie dollar. I think that one. So Aussie dollar fell off my list, so I'm not interested in that anymore. Yeah, it's back to the neutral camp. I had a zone clear up here anyway. So I'm just going to take that alert off. That's really the main alerts I have at the moment, fellas. Euro pound. I'm going to eyeball it again today. See if I can get back into it. Because I think
did you get last
that's
week?
Yeah, and I think I told you last night, Michael. The only reason I'm considering this smaller time frame is because price has not hit that 4 line yet. So anybody watching the chat, just know the higher the time frame, the stronger the zone is. So if this 4-hour supply had come down, I would not invest it at all at this piddly little 10 minutes demand zone. Okay.
Tiger and Michael, I'm just going to restart my vMix, so I might lose camera for a little second or so, just so you know.
Okay.
But, keep the fort up high. I'll be back soon.
Okie dokie. Sounds good.
No worries.
We got it. We can blabber. I got the caffeine. In fact, I need to refill my caffeine. Let me see. Yeah, so that's I think my favorite one. I mean, I do have this uptrend line dating clear back to May. So I had a touch point here, touch point here, touch point here. That's 3. Price did dip below, which I was happy it did because that's going to suck in the shorts, right? Right into my demand zones. Like we used to say in penny stock land when I traded penny stocks with the guy I used to trade with, we like to suck in them shorts and smoke them fools.
That's what he said.
Yeah, that was our saying. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
Because it's just obscene how many short sellers there are in stocks. It doesn't make any sense.
That's just one of those things, though, right? We kind of had where like that's why I always like to say I was like I want to see them hit the stops first. You know, grab that liquidity sweep first, and it would be if you jump in early, you're gonna get stopped out. It's like, look, those traders who jumped in early, they got stopped out right here. Like, ooh,
yeah.
So that always stuck with me.
Yeah,
jump in early, get stopped out. Jump in early, get stopped out. Jump in early, get stopped out. So I try my best. I'm scared to jump in early, basically, because I know I'm gonna get stopped out.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking about funding an account. I kind of miss it, to be honest with you. You know, with me trading the higher time frames, I just like I say all the time, I might have 1 or 2 good setups a week, and that's it. Yeah, I'm gonna open back my penny stock account. Just give me something to play around with after streams. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
So yeah, I think that's probably the main. I think that's really it, fellas. I think that's it for now. Let me just look here. Euro dollar. Okay, well, euro dollar. I forgot it's back on my list. Yeah. So remember, euro dollar had that uptrend, and then it rounded back down, making lower highs, lower lows. But now it's back to the positive. So I think last week it was positive, and then it was bearish last week, and now it's back to positive. So it's just crazy how an NFP and a couple other pieces of data can make it change. Basically, whipsaw 10 points or better on my top setup scale, right? So yeah, currently positive 6. So I mean, that's obviously one of the most traded pairs.
I'm not sure if you dug deep into it. It looked like Lewis Porter 22 is saying go over NAS or NAS. That's what they put.
NAS?
Yeah.
NAS or NAS. The NAS. Yeah, I can double check on that one. Yeah. So on the
Oh,
NASI,
obviously.
yeah. So basically, not Lewis, on the NASI. I'm not personally interested until we get to the 22 half level. Just because I kind of identify this as a sideways retail chop fest at one point in time right here. We had a couple others, but
Right.
The NFP report forced price below about 3 demand zones I was looking at, and yeah, just a hot knife through butter. So it did bounce into this 5-minute demand zone, but I would feel more comfortable waiting for a higher time frame demand zone on the NASI, especially because of the data. So it's probably going to be a little bit crazy of a day, right? People are going to be testing the waters, and then at some point there'll be a trend form. It's way too early in the day for me to count this as a trend, this move from the bottom. Like, give me some more time. Obviously, give me some volume, because if you look at the VSA candles, they're all still blue, meaning under average volume. Green is average, and then yellow is above average, and then red is extreme. So just not enough interest yet. I need to see some volume come in to prove a bias, whether up or down. I don't care which. If it's down, I like that, because then it would hopefully drop it down into my demand zone I've got over here. But that's it, man. 22.5 at the moment. That's really what I got for you, because I don't want to trade anything on a smaller time frame just yet.
Yeah.
Hope that helps.
Too early for sure.
Lewis? Yeah. I think Stacy Trades said it best. I think today is a spectator day. So.
Yeah. This is nothing new, though. Like I said earlier, I mean, typically after NFP, moves are all over the place. For me, especially, right? Like, I find a lot of those moves are in level 3, peak high, peak low, which I stay away from, right? So, kind of give it a day or two to kind of get his bearings back together, and then jump on it. Because I'll be honest, I'm definitely playing defense today. Like, trading is a sport at the end of the day, a performance sport. I'm playing defense. I'm not going to take any outrageous trades. I'm not going to put too much risk on. I am more or less just watching. Right?
Yeah.
Just watching.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Simple as that. But yeah, just finishing the majors here real quick. Yeah, I already went through. So yeah, the pound dollar, I do have my alert set at 1.335 level.
Yeah, thanks.
I like that area
Tiger
because
got
it was strong. Yeah, absolutely.
I said thanks.
Yeah, you bet. No problem, man. Pound dollar, like I said, I'm still looking at that 133 level. I like that supply zone because it was strong enough to chew through these zones, these older zones to the left. I think that was a daily and a 4-hour. So that tells me that there should be some strength in this zone here. I did write up this other zone, but it was it was a smaller time. Oh yeah, obviously NFP kept me out of that. So that's really old news at this point. I'm going to delete that. Next stop is the 133 level above. Dollar Japanese yen. Not on my list. I think it was a neutral score of, what did that change to? Dollar Jap. -4. Okay, so it's only 1 point away, one negative U.S. report away from being on my bearish list.
Right.
Chewed through this old demand zone, chewed through that demand. Obviously, that was NFP chewing through that one. Bouncing off this demand zone, but I don't anticipate that one holding because it's close to being a bearish score. Smaller time frames, yeah, nothing there, nothing really there. I mean, probably, yeah. I think I want to see this one, honestly, just break through this demand zone as well and form a 4-hour zone, maybe starting in the area it's at now. Like if we could get price to chew through here, delete this zone, give me a 4-hour candle, then if I got price down here and it returns then I could maybe look at shorting. But obviously, I need some candles to even consider that. Look at that. So I drew this last week because remember, dollar Japanese yen was a bullish bias. But obviously, NFP just turned everything upside down. Turned it all upside down, man.
Right. That's how it goes. Nearly every week.
Yeah.
I mean, every month.
Yeah. Yeah, I basically, yeah, for me to get interested in dollar Japanese yen on the short side, I need it to break these lows. Break that low, come back up, find a supply zone somewhere in this area for a short. That's the only thing I'm interested in. In fact, if that breaks this daily demand with the 4-hour demand, that'd be even better. But at least break.
Me and you will be looking more or less at the same exact thing.
Yeah. Aussie dollar, Aussie US dollar. Yep. Aussie US dollar, it's neutral, -2. Got some supply ahead. Be about the 61.8 level up in this area. Yeah, just not really interested in anything here. It's been kind of fanning out too, right? Because we do have this contraction box on a 4-hour. It kept making lower lows and lower highs, right? That's perfect. I mean, that's just textbook contraction and expansion. So at some point we'll get a trend phase. Question is, will it wait? Will it come all the way up, make another high, or will it find a supply here and fall off? Fall down. So, but that's been pretty good. That's been pretty good for people that just looking at it on a technical basis and just buying the bounces off the line, buying or selling, right? If you're just strictly looking at the technical side of things. So, yeah, not really interested in Aussie dollar. And then obviously New Zealand dollar. New Zealand dollar, again, that's more neutral at the moment. Let me see here. Where is it? New Zealand dollar. Yeah, bottom of it too, so quite neutral. Not too interested in that. I've got a deeper discounted band all the way down here. See, I already went over dollar Swiss. Yeah, I might take a stab at that. Like I said, that zone there. And then lastly, dollar Canada dollar. Neutral, score of a 2 as well. But just looking at the technicals, yeah, I can delete that. That's old news. NFP took out a lot of zones.
Yep.
There's a daily demand.
One of those things was like, oh, this kind of messed up everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I even had that in my news piece, how it turned everything upside down. From a technical aspect, if you get New Zealand, Canada, or I'm sorry, USD CAD down to this daily demand, I do have that trend line coming up as well, touching all three of these points. Yeah, I mean, that's a good technical look. But again, for me personally, I just want to see the fundamentals help the dollar. If it does, great. If not, no big deal. There's other things I like a lot better. Yeah, I think that's about it, my guy. That's about all I got. Sweet. Now, just last thing, silver actually bounced into this daily demand right here. For any silver traders out there. Bounced into that daily. A little bit of a 4-hour down here, so it had a little confluence. Try that again. You had your 4-hour demand zone within that daily. It did wick through it, but it was a strong rejection. So it's pretty legit to me. Silver traders out there, yeah, I mean, you could probably look at this on a smaller time frame and see if you can get maybe this demand here.
Nice little.
You got a demand down here. You got a demand down here. So that might, for anybody looking for just a strictly technical trade, there you go. Might be a potential spot right there. Same thing down here.
Right.
This one down here, I think, would be better because here's your contraction.
Yeah, the entire market is a freak show. Yes, yes, we agree. It's all over the place. We got Maria Foster jumped on. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Good morning. Glad to see you as
Hello.
well. And Martin as well. What's up? Hello, people. What's up? What's up? What's
Yep.
up? Thanks for joining.
Yeah, that's basically it. Just a couple, three
Definitely
alerts.
appreciate
It's a day to just be a voyeur. Get your popcorn.
it. Yeah.
Sit and watch. Hey, you're not trading those. It's a good idea just to watch price action and just see what happens. This is a good day to learn how reaction works after a heavy news day, right? How it affects the market.
Perfect.
So
Perfect.
not necessarily a day to just take off. This is study day. There's always something to do in trading, even if there's no actions to be taken. Not
trading is clicking them.
Yeah, not to let it consume your life, but yeah, we trade. We have a 5-day market. There's 5 days of things we can do.
Right.
Whether you've got good setup or not, I mean, yeah, there's always something to learn, always something to study. So, yeah, just sit back and watch price action. Maybe go down to a 5-minute time frame, 1 hour time frame, and just observe. It's as simple as that. Just observe.
Right.
So about all I have at the moment, Michael. Richard, you got any? Either
Yeah,
you
I'm
two?
back. Just hopefully trying to get some settings sorted out here.
Yeah. Okay. Mr. Michael, you got anything you want to share at the moment?
Yeah, so I can run through all the charts like I typically do. Totally up to you guys. I know it's typically I do that like afterwards, but I could definitely jump in and take it from here. So yeah, if we can get my screen pulled up, that'll be awesome. Kind of more or less what Tiger's been saying here. Let me get my screen pulled up and let's get into some charts as well. Cool. So yeah, I'm as you guys I've been looking at this from earlier today. Watch this. I'm telling you, and this is like you just said, Tiger. Just watch some price action, right? Like watch this, not move up and come down and retest this and then go back. Telling you, I wouldn't be surprised if this did this, right? Because again, the main thing is there's no actual close above this 13 EMA right here, right?
Yep.
Typically, when I count the W's or the M's or whatever it is, there's a close above this. This one is close, but it's technically not a close.
No cigar.
Right? And since that's not a close, that doesn't make this move like this, right? That's actually not what. Oh, shoot! I did not mean to do that. Hang on a second.
Did you delete your TDS?
I did not mean to take. Yeah, I did. I did not mean to click that. All right, cool.
He has lost his sauce.
Really just meant to yeah, my glasses just fell off. That's what just happened.
That's right.
Right. But anyway, so instead of this actually being, looks like it would be like this, and this is the W here, that's a trick. That is not what's happening right now. Right? Because there's no close above that. So that's not the candle. You actually want to treat this as one move here. From here to here. This is one leg at this point. You want to see your second leg and then go up. So watch this. Watch how sneaky they'll get, right? And try to make it seem like that was the first leg and this is the second when it's not.
And now, you said that's because it did not. Sorry, Michael. You said that was because it did not close above the 13 on that first kind of pull up.
Yep, right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
So gotcha.
Now, if this green candle would have closed above, Yeah, this is one leg. This is not two legs. The way they're trying to paint the picture as though it's two, it's not though. This is one leg still.
Look like an H to me.
Right.
I know Coach Paul has. I think his pet peeve is the H's like that.
Yeah. This is a nice trick move. Like this is one of those things where, in my opinion, technicals come in to the T, because one would think that this is two legs like this, and it's actually not. Right? I'm looking for maybe something like that. I don't want to see a move that has one leg like this. This is ugly.
You saying it's got ugly legs?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't like those legs. Those are ugly. Right. So we got a question here from Martin. If I remember correctly, Coach Michael, are you counting the waves, legs during price reversal? If so, how many waves do you expect? Can you explain this? So more than anything, not more or less waves, but yeah, I'm counting the legs, and the legs would be close above and below, right? So let's go to Euro NZD CAD, because that's a trade. That was my trade of the week last week. And this is a great example.
Something that looks a little better to explain.
Yeah, because we can't see that. It's not happening. It's hard to see.
Yeah.
All right. So let me take off all of these drawings, and then let's go over here. Right. So let's zoom in, and I'm just going to point something out here. Right. This counts as a leg right here. Why? Because we have a close below the red 13 EMA right there. You see how this red candle closed below the 13? Yeah. This counts. So when I'm doing the legs, I'm counting it as a close above or below the 13. And in this case, since it's short, below. Right? So that's one leg. This comes up, right? And then this is two legs here, because this candle below the 13 EMA. This is what makes this an EM to me. Of course, in addition to the fact that prices came right here, let's do something like this. Leg one, right? And leg two. We got two legs. This is an accurate M. This is textbook M, because it's close above, right? Close below, one leg, close above, close below, two legs. That's what makes this an actual M. And as you can see, price from the distance from the first leg and the second leg, they literally retested the same zone. That's what makes this an M. Right? And again, all because this part here is what closed below the 13. Right? If we go back to, what was that, USD CHF, I believe. Yeah. If we go back here, we can see that this did not close above this. It's below it. So this does not count. Very, very technical, but this is a difference maker right here, because one would, once again, think that that's a leg, and it's not. This is counted as this. I'm gonna do it like this. This is not right, and that's not two legs, right? This is actually one leg. It's one smooth leg. We're looking for the second one. Right? Once again, there's no close above this area here. So again, don't be surprised if they pull this back down, retest it again, and then go back.
Yep.
Because that's actually what we're looking for. On Chains, Oli says, please, can you help me identify exactly how we are seeking one leg versus two legs you're looking for? And you always use the 13 EMA for this. No, yes, several EMAs. Okay, so yeah, I have several EMAs, yes. Let me write this on the screen for you guys. However, to determine the leg, I'm only looking for the red close I'm sorry, the red EMA close, which is the 13. So just to go in order, red equals 13 EMA. Blue, I'll put light blue because technically I have two of them on here. Light blue equals the 50 EMA, right? White is the 200 EMA. And then I guess, royal blue is the other one. Royal blue is the 800 EMA, right? So these are the 4 EMAs that I have on my chart here, that you can actually see right here, right? You got the red one, which is the 13. You have the blue one, which is again is the 50. You have the white 100, and then you have the royal blue one, right, which is the 800 EMA. Now, when it comes to identifying these legs, I'll kind of see if I can draw it on the chart here. It will look something like this. The M would look like this, right? The W obviously would look the opposite. It will look like this. The thing that separates the two is, let me put this in the middle. What separates these two is the EMAs, right? So let me put something like this. Red 13 EMA is what I'm mainly looking at. Close above and close below, right? So I'll just give an example here. Let me try to zoom back, see what else we got here. All right, cool. So this is counter trend. So this is, I wouldn't take this. I'm just pointing out the legs, right? If you were to measure from here, you see prices above the 13. This is below it, right? And it kind of comes back up, closes above and below it once again, right there. Now this is counter trend. I wouldn't trade into the EMAs like that. I would always trade against it. But same case in point, right? Like I'm using the close above and below the 13 EMA to determine the legs, right? You can just keep going back here. This literally happens all day long, right? Several times. Right here, you can see once again, closes above. This red candle closes below the 13 EMA, comes back and closes above, and then closes below once again. Right? Yes, understand. Interesting. So do you expect price to turn around amount of legs? Two. So typically around 2 legs is what I'm looking for, right? So if we were to go to here, this is kind of my structure here, right? This is kind of what I'm looking for in essence. This exact thing here. I
tattoo.
draw this all the time. Yeah, maybe 5 times a day. Right,
Michael needs it tattooed on him somewhere.
This is what I'm looking for right here. When I see this in level 1, and when I see this in level 2, these are the 2 moves I'm looking for. Right, we got this M top. I don't want to trade the M. Once again, I'm staying away from the M, which is to me would be the peak high. And again, it depends on where I am in the cycle. If this is level 3 peak high, I'm staying away from this, right? And if this is level 3 peak low, I'm staying away from this as well. I'm only interested in these 2 zones where price will break this area, pull back and retest it, and I want to be short right here. Same thing with this level, and that's level 1. Same thing with level 2. When price breaks this area, pulls back and retests this zone, I want to be short right here. And that's it. Them the only 2 areas that I take trades in. That's it. Other than that, I'm waiting for this to turn back around and go the other way. Right? So we got the W. I'm leaving this whole thing alone. I wanted to see it break this area, come back and retest this zone. And it won't always make a W. Sometimes it kind of just makes this. On the 1-hour chart, it might look like this, but on the 15, it might look like a W structure, right? Something more like this. Right? I want to see it break that area again. Give me a move like this. And then again, go to that peak top, right? I'm only trading, once again, these areas that retest this zone. When you hear traders talk about break and retest, this is the break and retest right here. Because it's breaking this zone and it's retesting the zone. I want to be long right here. Same thing here, right? It's breaking this zone here, and I want to be long right here. So it doesn't matter if it's long or short. I just want to be in at these two particular levels in the cycle. That's it. That's all. That's it. It's the only two things I care about.
And of course, you take
this
head
is
and
the
shoulders too, right?
Absolutely. So a great example of head and shoulders would be, we got USD CAD, right? A good example would be USD CAD. So if we were to go back here, I don't remember exactly what day this was, but I know it was on USD CAD. Here it is here. Right, so sometimes it's not always going to look like an M or a W, right? Let me see if I can pull up something here in my chat thing. 1 second, guys. Let me see something. Hang tight. So yeah, it won't always look like an M. Sometimes it will look like a W aspect of it. So let me try to pull up this chart here. Here it is here. All right, so let me reshare this. Sometimes you'll see it'll look like this, right? So we got three different patterns off the 200, really, right? We got this first pattern, which is the M pattern, where the first leg and the second leg are really close together. It's no higher than 10 pips, right? Super, super close. The second is what I would call a half bat. You'll see me make a shorthand. It just says HB, basically, for half a bat. That's when you'll have this head, right, which is the top, and then you'll see the second leg does not come anywhere close to the first leg. And in this case, you want price to close below this area here. And then lastly, you'll have pretty much something close to the half a bat, except there's two shoulders, which of course is the head and shoulders pattern. Kind of how you're looking at this diagram to the left, right? We have that left shoulder, we have a head, then we have a right shoulder. Once that right shoulder closes below the 13 EMA, it's game time, just so you can see in this picture. This trade, I took a picture, a screenshot of this right before it tanked, which is, let me reshare this here. USD CAD right here, right? This isn't a coincidence. I didn't happen to take a screenshot right before this thing did this. Like, this typical pattern, right? And it just happened to work perfectly. As always, once we get this 5200 cross, right, we know we are in level 2. So to put 5200 cross, level 2. We're looking for that M or half a bat. HB is half a bat. Or I'll just put H in this. Or head and shoulders pattern off this 200 EMA. And what do you get? Literally the head and shoulders pattern, right? Make this. And mind you, if you just check this out, matter of fact, let me delete this and zoom in. Here is another example of exactly what I mean. The shoulder counts right here on this candle. Why? Because this candle is the one that closed below the 13 EMA. Right? I'm gonna just put all three of them. That's the first one. This is technically you can say this is the second one, but you want to go for the lowest point, which would be this one, right? This is the lowest that it actually went. And then the last one would be right here. Right? Pretty straightforward. All right, you got here, here, right? That's your entry. Your stop goes above here. You want to target one of these areas. That's the move. When I talk about that,
and then drawing his
little
eyeballs.
piece. Right. Right.
I give the brother some eyes.
This is the whole piece right here. If you can really grab, that piece of it. Let's see here. Yes, around 2x. Perfect. Thanks. Makes complete sense. All right, perfect. Glad that makes perfect sense. But yeah, just coming back to this picture here. Let me reshare it. Oops. Let me reshare it again. Take a screenshot of this, guys. Chat, take a screenshot of this because this is golden right here. I'm gonna show this. And then I'm gonna show something else I have from last week as well. So go ahead and take a screenshot of this because this information here took me years to put together. That this is what I'm looking for, right? And this is part of knowing what you're looking for when you go to the charts. It makes it infinitely easier. I'm not being faked out by what I think I see, right? I'm not going to the charts and saying, oh, I see this, I see that. I'm actually doing the other way around. I'm looking for this, and then I go to the charts, and then I see it. It's completely different, right? You're not getting faked out by what you think you see, right? Even down to, not even trying to brag or anything, but even down to the CHF trade, right? This is not about to work out. Any trader who took this trade here, whoa, let me go over. Yeah. Once again, this is not a leg. This is going to end up coming down here and then going back, right? And I'm saying that because I'm sticking to solid rule, solid foundation. A close, what identifies the close, right, is what makes the leg, not something that's close to it. This doesn't count. So literally, I wouldn't be surprised if this thing came all the way back down here and then ran up. We'll watch it again. Today's, just kind of watching pairs anyway. Not too much action going on. Exactly. Stacy trades head and shoulders. Exactly. Head and shoulders work a lot. I got another example. I want to say on gold. Is it gold? That's kind of what we're looking for. I'm gonna get into all the charts that we're looking for in a bit here, a little bit later. But yeah, here's another pattern, right? So you can actually see it once again right here. You got the 5200 cross. Once the 5200 crosses, you know you are in level 2. Right? So 5200 cross, level 2, head and shoulders, right? This is the move we're looking for. Right? So we got this funky left shoulder, head, right shoulder, runs up. All day, every day. This happens across all charts. And once again, let me point out the fact that this counts as a shoulder because why? There's price that closed below the 13. That's what makes this huge.
Look like got polio in that shoulder. A little deformed.
Yep. Yeah, this right shoulder. Because typically it would be low like this one, right? And that's and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm glad you pointed that out, Tiger. This used to be. I used to say, wait, for it to count as a shoulder, it has to come down the same length as the left shoulder. No, it doesn't. It needs to close below but up above the 13. That's it.
Yeah,
that's it. It doesn't need to come all the way down here. A head and shoulders pattern could look like this. Right? Like that's not the same distance. It doesn't matter.
Right.
It doesn't really matter. You just have to.
You're just looking for the closes on the opposite of, or
Yep.
you're just looking for the closes on the other side of the 13.
Yep. Exactly.
Right. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
To me, that's the
We'll
most
just call it
important
the
part.
polio. We'll call it the polio shoulder then. Funny, quick story on that, Michael. When I was a kid and growing up in Tennessee, my 5th grade teacher, can't remember now the class she taught us. It was one of the history classes or something, but she had polio in her left arm. So it was, kind of deformed and like half the size of her other arm. So, but she was a golfer. So a one-arm golfer, and she would play golf. So she brought in her clubs one day, or not her clubs, but her putter, and was showing us how good she was at putting with one hand, with one arm. It was the coolest thing ever. Like she set up a hole across the whole classroom and was sinking her putts like really, really good. So just goes to show the power of putting your mind to something, even though you technically need 2 arms for a sport like golf, but she did it with one. So it was kind of cool. And that just reminded me of that.
It's funny. You're totally right. I mean, I don't know how or why, but I've seen a lot of people here who have one arm. I don't know what the reasoning behind that is. Like, I'd say in my entire life, I haven't seen it happen too often. But here, in the past 3 years, I've seen, more than 20, which to me is a lot. Like, it's kind of mind blowing. But one thing that's kind of crazy is I would see, they'll be riding the bike totally fine, and something that you think takes 2 hands to do, riding a bicycle, technically it doesn't. I'm like, man, I've never seen somebody ride a bike with one arm before. Right?
Yeah. A unicycle would make more sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Michael, real quick, we just got word from our team that it looks like we're going to be giving away a $10,000 Forex Challenge account today, and that'll be in 1 hour and 15 minutes. So 6 a.m. Central Standard Time, 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. But as always, guys and gals, if you haven't, please do go to your YouTube bio and make sure that your up-to-date email address is in there. Because that's obviously how we, that's how we get you the info to get you so you can create your account. Holy cow, 1 second. My alert just hit on your hand. Okay. But yeah, so subscribe to both Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global YouTube channels. If you're watching this, it's because you're on the Hola Prime TV channel. So definitely like it, subscribe it, and then also go, as soon as you can, go to Hola Prime Global. If you want to do it on another browser, or if you just want to click off of this just long enough to go do that. And of course, make sure that your YouTube bio is up to date, again, with your current email address. That's the main step. And then comment on this live session. So give us questions. This show is for you guys. It's not for me. It's not for Coach Michael, not for Coach Richard. This is for you guys. So, we kind of come into these streams with kind of a basic game plan of what we're looking at, but that's just us. We want to know what you're looking at as well. If you guys have thoughts on an asset or a question about how our report's going to affect something, then definitely let us know. But just give us some, especially on days like today, because we really don't have a whole lot of plays at the moment. All right, we're just kind of digesting the NFP report from Friday. So, yeah, thoughts you have, questions, assets that you want us to do some technical analysis on, or fundamental analysis or whatever, just let us know. But and then stay tuned. Like I said, we're going to go to break here in about 14 minutes, and we'll be on break for 15 minutes. So we'll be back at 5:15, and then 6 o'clock we'll do the drawings. So just wanted to jump in real quick to get you guys up to speed on that. We've been passing out these accounts, like Richard always says, like hotcakes. So we're at it.
Chris, who just jumped on the stream, Chris just won one last week. What's up, Chris?
Yep. Yeah, we got a few
He just
winners
won
that
one last week.
are commenting. Yeah. And then,
Yeah.
you guys that have won, guys and gals in the past, just let us know. Keep us up to date on your progress. Stacy Trades, I saw you're up 62 pips on the US 30 earlier, so that's pretty awesome, man. Good stuff. But yeah, just go take care of those steps, and let's see who we can find to win an account today. All right.
Right. Awesome.
So
Yeah, I think Chris and I actually have a call later on today, guys. Always remember as well, if you guys like these sessions and you want to get some one-on-one time, just make sure you're in the Discord. You guys can actually book us as well. I got a call later with Chris. So Chris will be speaking a little bit later here. Looks like I think that's around 3 Central my time. So we'll definitely jump on and get into everything. But yeah, guys, like Tiger said, this is for you guys, right? Like especially days like today where it's not too much going on. We definitely want to answer your questions. If you guys want us to break down some charts, explain anything at all, this is one of the days to do it for sure.
Yeah, for sure.
Not too much going on. So yeah, guys.
So help us make content today. Right?
Yeah, for sure. Because again, we have our own approaches to these markets. We know what we're looking for, and we want to be able to help you guys, as much as possible to kind of clear things up too. Literally, we do this all day, right? I think we're on more than 16 hours a day. Take advantage.
Yeah, for sure.
Take advantage.
Yeah, and I take that back. I shouldn't have said it's just for you guys. It's for us too. I mean, me and Michael are learning a lot about each other's, approach, and it's just really interesting.
Right.
I've learned a lot from Michael. I've learned a lot from Richard too about market geometry. We'll get his connection up and running hopefully at some point today. But yeah, it's we're learning too. I mean, we have our own basic plan that's we've been successful at, but we're students of the game. We're always learning, and so yeah, 100%. I should say it's just as much for us as well as you guys and gals. So it's good stuff. But
no, you hit it. You said it perfect too, right? Like trading isn't something, in my opinion, I try to explain this all the time, where you just arrive at profitability and that's it, right? Like you're always going to be refining your trading plan, your edge, your approach. Even for myself, like I mentioned last week, I took AUD CAD and I totally forgot about the news that was coming out at 6 or 7. I think it was 7:30, right? Because I'm not used to swing trading, swinging trades. So when it happened, right. Like seriously, are you kidding? You know what I mean? So it's just always one of those things where now I've added to my process. Hey, if you're swinging a trade, you need to be mindful of the next news that's really coming out. So there's always going to be mistakes. You try to minimize them as much as you can. And yeah, just don't keep making the same mistake. Now, if I make that mistake again, now that's a problem. You know what I mean? The first time, maybe not so much. Don't do it again because you're not learning from the lesson, right? I always say trading is one of those rare scenarios where there's not going to be someone telling you that you messed this up, right? Like no one's going to show up and tell you that. You have to figure it out all on your own, right? Yeah. So, and the market will let you make that same mistake over and over and over and over again until you yourself figure it out, right? And that might be brought to your attention by a session like this, or listening to some interview, or whatever the case may be. But it's ultimately up to you to fix that mistake. That's why you got to hold yourself really accountable in these markets, because it'll eat you alive, to say the very least. So we're always learning, and just adding to whatever you got to do. So all fun, that's just a part of it, part of the process, right? Gotta make sure you're constantly, because even on Sundays, like how me and Tiger will go over, I just love the Sundays because it gives you my flight plan for the week. It's like, all right, Mike, last week,
Yep.
remember that AUD CAD trade you messed up? You got to make sure you're not making rookie mistakes and holding trades, even though they're in an Asian session, with red news come out. So don't make the mistake next week. Oh, Mike, remember how that one trade where, you was thinking about getting in a little bit early. Good job holding off and not getting in. But next time, if it don't meet your requirements, it's nothing to even think about. It's a hard no. Right? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Mike, remember last week where you had you waited and you had the perfect entry, at that pullback zone? Good job. Do that again. Let's do it again. And just constantly every week by week, you're adding things to your process, taking things away, but ultimately you are refining it and making it better and better and better. And years and years goes by, and you get to this level where pro style, right? Pro style is what I call it.
That's it. That's it.
Yep. But yeah, I know we're going to go on break here in the next 7 minutes. So I did want to touch on this really quick, guys. I wrote this up last week. And if you guys haven't noticed just yet, I am a big chart markuper. Like I will mark up some charts for hours. You know what I mean? When I first started, I'll be honest, I don't mark up charts for hours now, but I kind of got my process down. I love drawing things like this on a chart visually to explain ideas and my thought process about things, right? Because we can go through charts and talk about it in all day, but once you get a markup, this is where I can tell if you know what you're looking at or if you don't, and I can also point out what I'm looking at and why I'm taking these trades, right? So super important to just really get a concrete understanding of what the hell is going on behind these charts, right? Because at the end of the day, the candles are just representation of price, what was happening, right? And it gets painted as a candlestick. But in actuality, you really want to dig deeper into the actual story of what's going on. These could be line charts, it could be candlesticks, it could be dots on the screen. You should still be able to pretty much get a pretty good understanding of what's actually going on, right? And at its core, this is what's going on behind the scenes right here. This is what's happening, right? You got that accumulation phase here that we always talk about, right? Then you get this manipulation phase, which is once they come out the Asian box, they bump it once. Because there's orders going long above this Asia box. There's orders going short below this Asia box, right? So they're collecting contracts on both sides, longs and shorts. And they come out the box, hit it once, boom. As soon as they come out and hit this level right here, tons and tons and tons of money is moved right here. All right. Next up, this is like move number one. They activate these orders going long, right? Next move up would be to pull back and to basically trick these traders. These traders who went long, they're probably getting stopped out here, or there's traders who were short at first and they changed their mind. Now they want to go long. So they're playing this whole game of, I'm in, I'm out, I'm in, I'm out. And they're literally tagging everybody on, right? The next move after that one is to go a little bit higher. Now everyone's long again. Those traders who got long here, they probably, and once price got all the way up here, they probably moved their stop loss to break even right around here, which is why what do they have to do? Pull it on back again. Tag those guys who got it right out, and at the same time, activate short orders, right? So there's a multitude of things happening when price is doing this, and this is why it's called the manipulation phase, right? They just have to trick the hell out of you so you're confused. You don't know what's going on, right? You have no idea.
Market rigging. And you know what? It's funny, Michael. It's market rigging. There, I said it. But listen, the big banks and institutions, they don't care. Why? Because they're going to pay a fine, a little bit of a fine from the SEC, but that's just the cost of doing business. Now, it's going to be several $1 million, but what's several $1 million when they're making billions in profits, right?
Exactly.
It's nothing more than a slap on the wrist, a mosquito bite to them. But that's just the reality of how the market works. No, they won't. Yep. No, that might be a day of work for them.
If you used to have a penny missing out of your bank account, I would hope you wouldn't notice that. If one penny was missing, I wouldn't notice for sure.
Yeah. I mean, they're pretty substantial. I think I saw, what is it? I don't know the exact amounts, but I mean, it could be several $1 million fine. But yeah, that might be a few days of work, right? A few days of work to enjoy a year of the market rigging, the market manipulation, as Michael just explained. So yeah, this is a dog eat dog industry, and a shark infested ocean. But that's part of the fun about it. Like, don't be the seal. We're just teaching how to be the shark, how to join them. Can't beat them, join them, right? So that's the beauty behind it. There's an art to it. We just got to learn the dirty rules and the dirty tricks they play, like Michael points out. So takes time. But listen, we got about 45 seconds until our break. So yeah, listen, while we're at break for this 15 minutes, guys and gals, just make sure you get your YouTube bios updated once again with your email addresses. Definitely go and subscribe to YouTube TV and YouTube Global on the YouTube channels. It's the two. And then, send us something to look at when we get back from break. You got a market you want to check out, or if you want us to show a specific technical analysis that we do or anything. Michael's already kind of went over his. I could probably do that a little bit more in depth on mine on the back end of this break. But with that being said, Michael, we're going to take a 15-minute break. Get some caffeine rolling so I can turn some cartwheels, okay? We'll get going here in 15 minutes. So we shall return.
Hey, hola amigos, I'm Michael Keller, and I'm one of the trading coaches here at Hola Prime.
But more importantly, I'm just a regular guy who turned trading into freedom, and I'm here to help you do the same. So this is a glimpse into who I am in front of the screens and beyond the charts.
See, a strategy will get you in the trade, but mindset keeps you in the game.
I started trading back in 2012, and honestly, I lost more than I won in the beginning. But every loss taught me something. It wasn't about having the fanciest indicator. It was about mastering my mindset.
Living in Mexico has taught me to slow down, breathe, and be present.
Trading is what I do, but it's not who I am. I'm a dad, a husband, a traveler, and a student of life. And all of that makes me a sharper trader. When I'm in flow outside the charts, I'm in flow on the charts too.
This game doesn't reward speed, it rewards skill.
Listen, everyone wants to flip $100 into 10,000. I get it. But be consistent, focus on execution over excitement, risk small and learn fast. And if you ever feel lost, reach out. That's what we're here for.
Well, guys, that's a glimpse into my life, my story, and who I am. Not just in front of the screens, but beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon, and let's grow together. One day, one trade, one lesson at a time. Welcome to Hola Prime.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
Hi there, my name is Richard. I'm one of the coaches from Hola Prime. Join me as I take you behind the scenes on a little tour of what I like to get up to on a daily basis and beyond charts. I started trading 16 years ago, but through persistence and a very high level of dedication, I got to learn 3 invaluable lessons through my career. That trading should be treated as a business. It's really not a gamble. Consistent profitability demands effort, and there's really no shortcuts or any way around. And especially risk management, which it's part of your survival as a trader. You see, early on I realized that success in trading is only 20% strategy and 80% mindset and emotion. Now, as a coach at Hola, stay focused when I really need to, when I'm behind the charts, and all the stresses that comes with it. As getting outdoors really helps relieve those stress, and it helps me personally keep focused as much as possible. In my spare time, I like to play deep dance with my trainers. And just as in training, skills and practice is everything. And that's a wrap, guys. Look behind the scene of who I am, what I do every day, beyond the charts. I hope to see you in the session soon. Take care.
Hola Prime, trade with transparency.
My name's Tiger. I'm a coach here at Hola Prime, and I wanted to give you a quick little glimpse into who I am, both inside and outside of trading. So let's check it out. So I've been trading now for going on 11 years, and that first decade of my trading was all about technical analysis. And really over the last few years, though, I've really dug a lot deeper into fundamental analysis and sentiment analysis, seeing how the bigger banks and institutions are trading so I can ride their coattails, so to speak. They're the ones making the money. So I've just kind of looked at trading like Edison and his light bulbs. He's went through thousands and thousands of different prototypes in order to find the one that worked. Look, one of the things about trading that people get wrong is they think it's an overnight get-rich-quick scheme. So, for me personally, all the hard work was done well before I even picked up trading, and it all had to do with reading some good books. So, one of my favorite books right there, The Magic of Thinking Big by Dr. Schwartz. And as you can see on there, the chapters, best way to read this book is read chapter 2, 12, and 13, and then turn around and read the whole book. Powerful, let me tell you. And I'm sure you caught that above my bookshelf. One of my biggest things that I love doing is bowling. I'm a very competitive bowler. Bowled a lot of perfect 300 games, so they give me these nice little trophies whenever you bowl a perfect game. Got another one for an 800 series, basically bowling 3 games of 800 or higher in a 3-game series, so it's like a 250 average. Pretty good stuff, but compete in national tournaments, state tournaments. I've won a lot of them, so bowling, that's one of the top hobbies that I have. Outside of that, I love singing. I like to go and belt some tunes, whether it's karaoke or just singing in my car, some carpool karaoke. But other than that, listen, on the weekends, I love nothing more than just to hang with my girlfriend. She's an awesome, incredible woman, and she kind of balances me out because she sees how hard I focus on trading. So it's just a very good reset at the end of the long, hard week of trading to just get away, just step away from it all, go enjoy each other's time, and prepare for the next week. So that's a bit about me. Just let us know how we can help. Just remember, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, okay? The basics of trading are quite simple to learn. It's just all the nuances that take a while to really master. So just keep that in mind. Don't overwhelm yourself. We'll take your hand. We'll lead you to where you want to go. Like I say, just one step at a time. So with that, have a wonderful day. Look forward to seeing you in a session soon.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
One of the things you've got to learn in trading as well is how to keep safe. And it's one of the main things that I teach in my trading philosophy is risk management, which is not taught very often. Trading is a bit like driving a car, really. You've got to have a license, and in trading terms, having a license is like learning how to trade. And once you've learned how to drive and got a license, learned how to trade, you've got to get good at it. And my philosophy is to teach traders how to trade properly using the tools and techniques that they should be using. My specialty is swing trading, and it's a bit like riding the waves. I've been a surfer for a very long time, and swing trading is not much different. You've got to find the sets and catch the right wave and get out of the wave when it's time. A lot of people ask me, how did I get to where I am today? How did I learn how to trade? And how can they get to where I am themselves? I think the best answer to that is to get educated, learn how to trade. And there are all sorts of resources out there for you, including fantastic resources here at Hola Prime.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hi, I'm Paul, one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little insight into who I am beyond the charts. I started trading 5 years ago. I made some money, sure, but I also made mistakes, a lot of them. As I progressed though, I realized it's less a game of chasing green and more a game of enacting discipline. As a coach, I try to help traders focus on the process, how they structure their approach, not just on the charts, but in their heads. Everyone wants to 10x their money overnight, right? But real growth, it comes from small, smart, and consistent moves repeated over time. Trading is a journey, so patience is always required, but I am here to help you grow, so don't be afraid to get help. Improving your success rate is what we do.
But after a day of trading or an afternoon of coaching, getting away from the ever-evolving price action of chart setups is a must, as the outdoors can reset your mind, whether it's taking my dog for a walk for 30 minutes or gently strolling on the beach after a winning trade. I never allow myself to get lost in the charts. Stepping back gives me perspective, and perspective is what makes me a good trader. I'm always looking for that balance in everything I do. And if you can achieve the same, you'll soon discover it unlocks so many doors.
So that's my deal. What's yours?
Hi, I'm Sam, one of the coaches here at Hola Prime. And in this video, I'm going to give you a short glimpse into my life beyond the charts. Outside of the charts, I love to cook. Anything with fresh local ingredients has a thumbs up for me. And when the weather's good, I like to go out, have a quick jog, keep myself healthy. I started trading almost 15 years ago, and believe me when I say, it wasn't an easy journey. There was a lot of...
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Hey, I'm Troy Epperson. I'm one of the coaches at Hola Prime, and this is a little glimpse of me outside or beyond the charts. Outside of trading, I play golf with my son. As you can see, I have a laptop and multiple screens. I've been trading for about 15 years on my own and about 25 years before that, even with a lot of interest in the market. I've realized over time that it's not about the strategy or the method, it's about implementing whatever that strategy or method is, which is super important to become consistent as a trader. Everybody wants to get profitable and make thousands of dollars a day literally overnight, but it's about taking those small incremental trades just over time, taking the same boring pattern over and over again that creates that consistency and develops discipline to make money trading currencies, futures, or stocks, or whatever you're trading. Golf is great because the parallels with trading are immense. Discipline, doing the same thing over and over again, getting your setup correct, knowing when to do a layup and when to actually go for it. All of those things apply to trading. Balance is super important and is the edge when it comes to trading. We want to be consistent, but at the same time, you've got to be patient, and you need to be able to reach out and ask a coach a question and never feel guilty about doing that. And there's no bad question. Every question is a great question because it helps you enhance your intelligence and your knowledge of the market. Well, that's a bit about me. I hope to see you soon in a live trading session. And remember, we're just looking for one good trade. And once we find that one good trade, we're going to do it again and again and again. I'll see you then.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.
Right.
We're back. So, Michael, I just saw we have a question to vote on. Which pairs are on your radar this week? This is in the YouTube chat. Euro US dollar, US dollar Japanese yen, pound US dollar, or wild cross like New Zealand JPY or Euro Aussie dollar. So basically any of the cross pairs. So let us know if you guys have any thoughts on that. Yeah, I know what I'm picking, so I picked mine. Yeah, let us know if you guys are watching any specific Forex pairs or indices or gold, silver, or Bitcoin, anything. But the question was more tailored to the Forex side because we are Forex Fire after all. But we like to look at lots of different things. Right, Michael? Don't like to limit ourselves.
Absolutely. Nah, it's a big market out there. We got to take what we can get, you know?
That's right. That's right. Well, shoot, Michael, I was observing towards the end of break that euro pound trade. I was noticing that it actually did hit that zone, but it kind of ran off and bounced while I was speaking earlier. So it's moved. Yeah, it's already moved about 5 pips, which is a lot in euro pound land. But I think I might look for the your W pattern on this, to be honest, because it is so high on the curve.
No, for sure.
Yeah, flip over to my chart real quick back in. Yeah, flip over to my chart real quick back in. I'm just gonna show you what I'm looking at here. So it's more of a 10-minute zone, even though I've got it on the 5 because we don't have the 10 on this platform, but. Yeah, this is that one I cashed out on Friday, but I'm just basically looking for this pullback. I need to put my supply zone on this chart. Yeah, it's kind of funky on this chart, but it's basically in this area. The overhead supply. Got my magnet there. But yeah, basically looking at this area here, this is really right in the thick of the 8 o'clock to 8:15 window as NFP was just pushing this sucker up. So, but yeah, it looks, I mean, the 5 minutes closest I can come to it. But yeah, look, So I didn't just jump in this. Now I got a pretty good candle. I mean, I got a couple candles with some wicks on the bottom, but I didn't really see the volume pick up. Right. So that kept me from just buying the bounce. But as you can see, looks like it's wanting to go off without me. So if it goes up without me, but you didn't give me the volume I look for. So I'm just not too interested in it at the moment. But hey, doesn't matter. Sometimes these zones will push price even if we don't see the volume pick up. So yeah.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, if I can get like some price, where's my tool at? If I can get some, I don't have my favorites over here. Which one of these tabs is the projector? Oh yeah, it's right here. So yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see if we can get like a double bottom out of that. Something like that, maybe. Just kind of like a confirmation, like, hey, prove yourself.
That's exactly what I would be looking for. What number is that? Like, what price is that?
So the zone was the 0.8698 level. Let me look on my other broker real quick here. So euro pound, yeah. See, it looks better on the 10-minute time frame because I got this this red candle down before the price move up. It's also bounced right on that longer term trend line too. That was started way back here. So starts there. We had one touch. We have two touches, and then we had the price drop below. So it sucked in those shorts, sucked in the short sellers, and then we smoked them. Right. So I was basically looking at another bounce off the 10-minute demand. But again, if I'm looking at it on a higher time frame, it's a little high. If we're looking at this low and this high, it's a little bit high, a little high on the curve, right? So I'd be basically buying in the red part of the flag, the Hungarian flag. So not too interested in that area. The only reason I was kind of interested is just because, you know, it's the strongest bullish pattern I have right now. Yeah, see, if I'm buying, it's going to be buying up here. So that's a little higher on the curve than I prefer. And I still would have taken a stab at it. But again, I just didn't really see the volume. The price action is there, but there's no volume. I need volume, Michael. If I don't have volume, I ain't interested.
Absolutely.
So not breaking my rules. Sticking to my rules.
You got to.
But yeah.
100%. No, I got it pretty much around that same level. It looks like for me it would be at the 86.70 level, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
86.70.
86.70. Oh yeah. Oh, you're a little lower. Okay, so 80. I got you. You're a little lower. 86.88. Oh yeah, 86.70. Well, it's funny you say that because that's another demand zone. Right? Like right. Yeah, so I got that proximal line of 86.72 if we're going by the wick. And that's just nothing more than a big doji candle anyway, so yeah. That would be a little better. So it's a 50%. But again, I just like them on the smaller or lower on the curve. So I'm going to put an alert there too, because looking to the left, do have this former resistance point. And then price broke that resistance and kind of danced through it, which is that retail chop zone there that we had.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, there's a zone there. There's another zone a little deeper. I don't really like that because I didn't really get a fair value gap coming out of that. But there's a really nice fair value gap at 86.70, huh?
Mm-hmm. No, yep.
So yeah,
right around that level.
We'd essentially be looking at something like this. Give me some manipulation, drop in, collect the unfilled orders, buy to the long side. Yeah. But watch. Yep. You just watch.
Yep.
You watch. I'm gonna ignore that zone it hit, and it's gonna take off and run off and leave me.
That it happens down
I mean,
there
right
every
at the end
time.
of break, I even got on my GUI trades, Michael, and I even entered in the trade. Oh, well, it's deleted now, but yeah, I even put in the parameters for my stop loss and take profit. But look, it's going to run off and leave me, and that's fine because I'm not going to break my rules on volume. I got to see some wind under it. But
especially so early in the week, right? You got to start the week off right.
Exactly. I mean, the European session, obviously, that's where there's some volume that starts to come in, but it's nothing like the European New York overlap. So, and we're still an hour and a half out from the overlap, the early part of the New York, like the pre-market part.
Right.
So that's okay. It's going to run off and leave me, but oh well.
It's all right.
That is the way.
It won't be the first.
Cookie crumbles. Yeah. First or the last, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not too sure I got anything else brewing. Nazi's still doing Nazi things. Pound jap. Pound jap, pound jap. Pound jap, pound jap. Yeah, that's the bearish. So yeah, still got a ways away on that one. Pound Jap, pound New Zealand, Aussie Swiss. I mean, Aussie Swiss really ain't too far away. It's about, how many pips is that? It looks like about, so we're about 25 pips away from a possible Aussie dollar Swiss franc short. Again, Swiss franc is right there with the euro. 100% of recent reports have been positive. So, yeah, still going to eyeball that. Again, we're about 25 pips out from that one. Sell above this retail area here. Get into some overvalued territory. Hell yeah. It might be a good place to short. Yeah, pound dollar was my answer on the question, the vote question. Because I'm looking at this one right here. Still looking at this supply at 133.57 level. We are about 60 pips away from that one. Euro Swiss. Yeah, I don't really have a play on this one right now. Just nothing more than a day of chop still. Still got all this nonsense to worry about. Wait, where is my... Oh, wow. I just realized my master pattern fell off. I got to go put my master pattern back on. How the hell did that fall off? Order button. It does that sometimes. Master pattern.
So you can start that too.
Start what?
So you can start that, so you don't have to do what you just did to like find it. It would be in your favorites already.
Yeah, well, that's what I have here. Yeah, it's right there. Master pattern Lux.
Oh, okay.
I think I just accidentally I must have accidentally deleted it. How did I do that? Wait a minute. No, I selected the wrong one. I'm sorry. There's a couple of different ones that I've messed with, but the one I like is actually this one here. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Of course, I messed up my colors, but oh well. I'll mess with that later. Yeah, so now they're all blue. Oh well, blue with a white line coming out. That's fine. Nikkei, yeah, Nikkei is right there with the Nazi. It's kind of curling upwards, but on lower volume, right? So, and then dollar Swiss, yeah, we're still about 50, 60 pips away from that 4-hour zone. So that's basically all I got at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay.
That's all I got.
No worries. No.
That's all I got, my friend.
Sweet. Okay. I can jump in and kind of do what I normally do. and kind of run through everything. It'll probably take me at least 30 minutes anyway, probably.
All right. Yeah, just remember, guys and gals, we got 30 minutes until we choose a winner. So make sure you get your email address updated. Tell us hello. Tell us a lie. Tell us whatever. That way we know you're in the chat, okay? And then we'll pick a winner here shortly, within a half hour. So stay tuned for that. Again, subscribe to Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global, 2 different channels. Comment on this live session. And once again, we say it all the time. Make sure your email is in the YouTube bio. We say that repeatedly because we've picked winners, a lot of winners that just simply haven't had their email address updated. So if we don't have an email address, we can't send you out the info to get your account created. So yeah, just make sure that's updated. Winners will be selected live. Stay tuned. 6 a.m. Eastern time, or excuse me, 6 a.m. Central time. So 30 minutes from now, we'll pick a winner. Okay, Michael, back to you.
You guys make sure you follow those steps, and we will pick that winner. All right, perfect. Yeah, if we can get my screen shared over here, I'll start at the top, and then I'll make my way on over to Euro Pound, and we will get to it. But yeah, guys, as Tiger said, make sure you guys subscribe to both Hola Prime and Hola Prime Global. Comment on the session. And the biggest thing is, again, make sure your email is in your YouTube bio so we can actually find you. That's the biggest part. Right, so make sure you guys are all set on that aspect. And let's jump back into some charts. Again, that'll be in the next 30 minutes, give or take. We'll pick that winner, guys. So if you have not won yet, make sure you are on top of it. Stacy Trey said, "How's Coach Richard? He's quiet. Coach Richard is he's here. He's getting some things handled on his end, but yeah,
some systematic stuff. Yeah, just some systematic stuff, but we'll get him. We got him though.
Yeah, for sure. Well, cool. Back in, if you can get my screen up here. Let me jump into some charts. I want to go ahead and go through everything, and I would typically do. Again, guys, it's Monday, first day after NFP. So markets are a bit all over the place, but we will get into it, right? So kind of picking up where I left off at. If you guys have been following for at least a little bit, you guys know my approach. I'm trading the market maker cycle. And in essence, I'm coming in here, guys, and I'm looking for level 1 and level 2 trades. That's it. That's all. That's it. I don't care about any other part of the cycle. It's just these main 2, right? This is what I would call bread and butter.
Straight butter, yo.
Level 1. Yes, it's like butter, baby. These zones are like butter.
That's right.
Right?
That's right.
Just these 2. Right? So I'm only interested in these 2 levels. Right? So when I first come to the market, my first question to myself is, hey, am I in level 1? Am I in level 2? If I'm in level 2 or level 1, great. If not, it's a pass. It's really just that simple for me at this stage, right? So you can see here from the diagram, peak low, peak high, I'm staying away from these, right? Peak low and peak high, I'm not interested in. I'm only interested in this level 1 trade and these level 2 trades, right? Typically what happens in level 1, I have a 5,200 cross. So let me add that as well. I'm sorry, I have a 1350 cross in level 1, right? And I'm looking for bounce trades off the 50 EMA, right? Oh, okay, it got really quiet. I thought something happened.
No, I heard it.
Okay. And then in level 2, I'm purely looking for, well, in level 2 is what is 5,200 crosses, right? And in that level, I am purely looking for M's. This is where that M, that half bat, or that head and shoulders pattern comes in, right? So literally, this is it. This is my whole approach, right? Like it's not nothing too fancy. Wish I had more to explain. I'm like, oh, you need to do this and do that and do that and do this, but at its core, guys, this is all I'm really looking at. And I'm just really good at identifying this level, and I have a rules set in place for these levels, right? So basically, when I'm coming to it, whether I'm going short, I'm looking to go short level 1 and level 2, or if I'm buying, I want to be buying at level 1 or level 2. That's really it, right? So I will take a quick, if you guys want to take a quick screenshot of this, I will copy and paste this myself for later. And then let me go ahead and erase all of this to make the charts a bit more cleaner. All right, so that's in essence what I'm looking at as soon as I come to the charts, guys, every single day, right? So starting at the top here, NAS 100, easily I can see right away we have this 5,200 cross, right? So I know I'm in what? I'm in level 2, right? Level 2 is the 5,200 cross. Level 1 is the 1350 cross, right? So from here, I'm looking for some type of M structure off this 200 EMA, and then drop back down to this 800. Simultaneously, the market baseline will go above the static and back below for this reload, right? And I'm going to be writing this a lot today, so let me copy this. Copy, boom. All right, so this move on NAS 100 will look something like this. As long as the R makes sense, you're good to go, right? Which looks like you have basically a 2-for-1, right? So this will be the move I'm looking for next up on NAS 100. All right, nice and simple. Next up will be US 30. I already got this one here. Pretty easy. All right, this is once again, this is that peak high. You can kind of see this pretty well as also. I'll just put peak high here. All right. And then, guys, I'm not looking at the chat, so if there's any questions that pop up, Tiger, go ahead and stop me. Let me know.
Stacy Trades says, let's go over EU for the chat. Whenever you get a chance.
Let's go over AU? Sure, let's do it.
EU.
Let's do it.
EU.
Oh, EU. Okay,
Euro.
so EU is actually not too far away, so we'll get to that one here in a quick second.
Right
on. All right, so cool. Now I'll erase this, but once again, guys, just for preference or reference point, I'm looking at 5 different setups. Like I have 5 setups in my playbook, as you can see here, and all of these 5 setups occur in level 1 or level 2, right? A lot of them is number 4, which is the MW, half a bat, head and shoulders off the 200, which would be what I'm looking for in this particular area, right? So you'll see this quite a bit, and you'll notice that I'll break down the differences between the different setups, right? So erasing that, you can see here easily, this is the peak high, right? The 1350 cross is here, so we know we're in level 1. There's no bounce off the 50, right? Because after the 1350 crosses, you're either looking for the bounce off the 50 to take the trade short, or you're looking for the 5200 to cross. So you know you're looking for your next move in the cycle, which in this case is an M, half a bat, or a head and shoulders pattern off the 200 EMA, right? Okay, is the L1 and L2 a sequence that you confirm first, or is it either or? Or in other words, if one shows a L1 or L2, it will kick off your setup rules. Exactly. So in level 1, I have a set of rules that basically happen, right? And I'm looking for a bounce off the 50 EMA. But it happens before price would touch the 200 EMA / or the 5200 crosses, right? So in this example, you can see that the 1350 crossed here, but what happens after that? Price touches the 200. There's no bounce off the 50, and then the 5200 crosses. So for me, there is no level 1 move. There was no level 1 setup in this particular pattern, right? So the next thing I'm looking for is my level 2 move, which is the M off the 200, which again could be head and shoulders. It could also be half a bat, right? It could look one of these 3 ways. I think I drew this earlier or pointed it out, but it'll look like this off the 200. It will look like this off the 200. Oh, whoops. Oh, that's ugly. I messed that one up. Let me redraw it. It'll look like this off the 200. Right. Well, notice these two look like they're the same, but they're not. You got to treat them differently, right? In this first example, the 2 legs come around the same spot, the same price. Typically, this is about 7 to 10 pips. No more than 10 pips, though. But in an example like this, the first leg is up here, and the second leg is all the way down here. So this is a difference. You don't want to mistake these two because you can get wrapped up in bad trades, right? And then, of course, the third one would be that head and shoulders look. It looks something like this, right? So I don't care what it looks like. I'm looking for some type of move, one of these 3 off of this 200 EMA to happen, right? So theoretically, this could look, let's take this off, and I'll take this off. This could also look something like this. All right. I don't care what it looks like. I just want it to make one of these 3 patterns off this 200 EMA for me to take it short. That's the most important thing, right? And so to have some rules in place.
Basically, the L1, the L2, that's the meat of your moves. So that's you going to the grocery store, picking up your meat, then you're driving home, which is looking for that M. Get all your TDI and your moving averages. That's the grill. That's the tongs and your fire to cook it up.
It's the whole
right.
That's the whole thing. The whole kit and caboodle right there.
kind of a visual I just thought of. I think up something clever once in a while.
No, but no, it's the truth. It doesn't matter what this looks like, right? That would be that move. So I drew the M. I drew the head and shoulders. This could also look like this. I could also come up here, do something like this. Once again, I don't care what it looks like, as long as it is one of these three patterns off this 200 EMA. And of course, as long as the R to R makes sense. But 9 times out of 10, if it sets up, it's going to be one of these 3 patterns. If it's something weird like a V, like let me just take this off. If it's something that looks like this, that's the only one I won't take. If it looks like that, I'm not taking it.
No V's.
Right? This is not no V's. I'm not taking V's. Or even, what is this? An inadvertent V, I guess, whatever, right? I'm not taking this. This is only one. Yeah, this is one hit. I'm not interested in this. It can look like 1, 2, or 3. I'll take it. But if it looks like this, to me, it's a pass. I'm not touching this one. All right, because this could easily do something like this. It will come up here, come down, come back, and then drop. And it's like, I took this right here, got stopped out here, and then it went down. I was right. No, you weren't right. You were wrong. That's why you don't take the V's. You thought you were
get you in trouble.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is ugly.
What?
Right.
Michael is asking about the upcoming factory orders month over month. Will that affect the market? Michael, are you talking about for the dollar?
That's a better question. Yeah, that's a better question
that?
for you, Tiger.
Well, yeah, I don't know which report you're referring to. I mean, factory orders, I don't know what that is. Are you talking PMI? The Purchasing Managers Index? I don't know what, you'll have to elaborate which report you're referring to. As far as today goes, we don't have anything else. Let me see here. Let me just double check real quick. Yeah, we just had the Swiss franc. Yeah, tomorrow we got the ISM services PMI. So if that's what you're referring to, yeah, just let me know. Let me know exactly which one you're talking about and which day. So,
right.
Go ahead, Michael. We'll see what he says here in a minute.
Sweet. Okay. Yeah. Cool. So yeah, that is pretty much like the approach on US 30, S&P. You guys will notice I'm pretty much marking up the same exact stuff right now. These markups were from last week, so there are some things that I need to go ahead and move and change. However, majority of it will be the same, right? We have this. I don't know why I have this twice. Oh, so this looks weird, right? Because we got a 1350 cross here. It runs down, comes back up, and then another 1350 cross. So this actually like two level ones. This was it. It was in level one short. Yeah, then it came back to peak high, and then it crossed back down again. So it's back in level one. So it looks a little bit funny.
Conjoined twins. Conjoined twins.
Right.
M&M's.
Exactly. But more or less, you still be looking for the same exact thing, guys. Right? That's short to the downside. And then obviously as well in the TDI, you see the market baseline is starting to kind of tilt up. Why? Because it wants to come back up and go ahead and give us that reload. All right, so we get something like that. This will be nice to short. It's like 2.35. So risking $1, make $2.35. Not too bad. Not too bad at all, right? So yeah, SPX looks a bit funny, but yeah, we're still looking for shorts. Reason being, once again, our last cross is to the downside. So we are not short right now, but looking for reasons to go short on SPX.
Mm-hmm.
Right. It looks like you said, yes, I talk about the upcoming news. Not sure which one, though. Oh, at 14.
Yeah, Michael, are you talking about today, or you talking about? Okay, so today, 1400 UTC plus 0. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what that is Central Time. There's nothing today, so tomorrow there's the PMI report, the services PMI report for the dollar. So if that's the one you're talking about, then yeah, absolutely. If that report comes out negative for the dollar, then that's going to add another point to my gold bias, because right now I'm looking at gold. And I think I said it was a score of a 4. So one more good piece of news for gold, and then it'll be on my bullish sites. So that could definitely affect me, deciding to get into a gold trade for sure. So, yeah, red folder event, PMI data. PMI data. The services PMI. I find more credence in services PMI than I do the manufacturing PMI. I mean, probably about a 3-to-1. That probably, like, I would give the importance 80% to the services and 20% to manufacturing. That's just me. We live in a services age, right? 100 years ago, 150 years ago, it was all about manufacturing. But today, the world of technology is taking off. So yeah, services PMI, absolutely. If that's the one you're referring to. So,
right.
But yeah, that'll have a big bearing on whether or not I look to trade gold this week for sure. Gold long.
Nice. Well, yeah, guys, we got about 10 minutes to announce the winner of the new accounts. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys have done all of the steps to be entered to win that account, right? Make sure you follow both of the YouTube channels, Hola Prime TV and Hola Prime Global. All right, comment on the stream here. And of course, guys, make sure you have your email in the bio. It's huge, 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 huge. That's how we can actually reach out to you, right? Because if you don't have your bio, your email in the bio, we're gonna have to give that 10K account to someone else. So make sure you have done it, right? And we'll announce that winner here in about 10 minutes. So we shall see who is the lucky winner for today in about 10 minutes, guys. So make sure you have done all of those. All right. Well, yeah, jumping back into it here. This is the move that we will be looking for on the SPY, right? So moving along here, got some gold. Cool. So gold, as you can kind of see, is turning back around, right? Now, this is, Michael, if you're still here, this is another good point to actually really kind of bring everything home, guys, as far as the levels, right? Now, I automatically count this as level 1 as soon as the 1350 cross. This is L1, right? So right now, we're in level 1 long because the 1350 has crossed to the upside. Now, later today, you can see the 50 and the 200 are about to cross pretty soon, right? Once they do, then you know you are in level 2, right? But before it does, you're still in level 1. So right now we're in level 1, all right? But more than likely this will happen today, just a few more candles, I suppose. And at that point, I will be looking for W's off this 200 EMA going back to the upside. All right. Market baseline will need to go down below the static to give me that reload. Right. And then that move to the upside will look something like this. Right. We'll get that close above the 13 EMA. My target will be this ADR high. Nice. In fact, this is so nice. I'm looking for gold longs this week. This should go theoretically. Obviously, the only way I wouldn't take it is if it comes down here but never makes the pattern and just goes long. Then that would just be a pass for me. Not a mistrade, but a pass. But I am looking for reasons to go long based off of this here. Right, risking $1 to make $2.55. I'm loving it. I love it.
Yep, that's a good one for you. Good risk. Good R&R.
Yep.
I just wished it would hurry the hell up and break out of the 3,400 mark up above it and kind of close up there somewhere. We got a four-way top.
Give us a bit.
I mean, you got that crazy wick that we had back on April 22nd, but forget the wick. Yeah, you got 4 tops. A quadruple top, Michael.
Right.
Looking at it on a daily.
Sell. Right. Let's take it out on the daily. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. You can break past this. Nice.
Being stubborn up there.
Yeah, it was hitting all the way for so long. You have to slow down.
Yeah. I mean, look at that wick stopped right at 3,500. So $3,500.12. So it went 12 cents into the 3,500 mark and said, skirt, came all the way back down.
Right.
34.40.
Cool. Michael said, yes, it was helpful, Coach Tiger. So you answered this question.
Oh, yeah. Good, man. Awesome. Good deal. Good deal. Yeah, I would like to, I mean, yeah, again, if I see that as negative for the dollar, I'm definitely jumping into some gold with Michael. Pretty certain I am.
Right.
Yeah, I just need one more good piece of news for gold. As always, guys and gals, gold is typically the inverse of the dollar. If it's good for the dollar, it's bad for gold. If it's bad for the dollar, it's good for gold. So, yeah, if that's negative, I'm going to be buying me some gold.
Mercy says, anyways. Do you use VWAP 200 EMA? So I am using the 200 EMA. The 200 EMA is this white EMA here. So I'm looking for some type of structure, whether it be a W pattern, a head and shoulders, any type of pattern off this 200 EMA here. So yeah, I'm looking for bounces or patterns off this 200. Maria Foster, wow, I have just watched the Hola Prime Glower video. Impressive. Thanks, Maria. We appreciate that.
Yeah, we got a hard-working marketing department. Yeah. Yeah. They make a lot of good stuff. It's pretty impressive.
Yes.
5 minutes. 5 minutes. We'll pick a winner of that 10K Forex account. So stay tuned. Let me see here.
5 minutes.
Let's see here. Yeah, I got that ready to roll too. So
sweet. Okay. Cool. So next up we have silver, not gold, but silver.
Silver.
All right. That will be the next one. Now, as you guys can pretty much see, looking more or less the same. Right. These were drawn last week, so kind of just readjusting them. Some of these have not changed. Some of them have, but same thing, guys. You see, we got this peak high, 1350 cross. So there's level 1, and as you can see, price has not touched the 50 at all, but the 250 have crossed. So now we're looking for what? M structures off the 200. Market baseline is below the static, but it's screaming up. Look at that angle. It definitely wants to come up here. Give us that reload, right? And that move will look like that. We're looking for shorts off this 200 EMA.
Another good RR.
Right? Maybe
2.5.
Yeah, this would be a great one. Nearly a 2, risking $1 to make $2.60. That'll be perfect. I would love that.
Hey, Michael.
And one thing I do want to point out here.
Oh, go ahead. No, point that out. I was going to ask. I was just going to simply ask. I know before NFP on Friday, you said you had a lot of L2 setups with those high RRs. Did that add to your list, or did that take away from your list? Like how many? You said you had a lot of.
Yeah. So a lot of those trades that were in L2, they actually just went to peak lows and peak highs. So it didn't really do too much. It just kind of continued to run. So I didn't have, minus that GF trade, which we'll get into probably after we announce the winner here in a second. I'll kind of point it out, but yeah, it just kind of extended. Because what tends to happen is if it's running and then big news comes out, it may or may not pull back. It just continues to run. So if it's in level 2 and we got big news, that typically pushes into level 3 or that peak low. And that's exactly what happened on Friday.
Yeah.
Right
on.
Sweet. Look what we got. 2 more here. I cannot find the Hola Prime Global YouTube subscribe. If we can put the link in there for them, that'll probably help them out.
Yeah, back end. If
okay. I see some
on the global.
Actually, Maria Foster already did it. So thank you, Maria.
Oh, there you go.
Thanks for that. Thank you, Maria.
That is it. She's on it.
Sweet. So, yeah. So we got about 2 minutes, guys. In 2 minutes, we will go ahead and announce that winner. So, Michael, go ahead and do that quickly.
Yeah, we can go ahead and do that. We don't have to wait. We don't have to wait no minute, do we? We might as well just get it rolling now, right? All right. So let's do
it.
Let's just do it. Let me just double check my work here. Okay, good deal. Well, back in. Get ready to let us know the winner. Let's get a drum roll, please. And this, of course, is for a $10,000 challenge account. And the winner is. Let's see if
winner is.
Winner is.
Back in. Go ahead and throw it up for us.
Waiting on a graphic. Waiting on a graphic.
Right. Let's see who it is.
The winner is Maria Foster. Maria Foster.
Ding, 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 ding.
She deserves it too. She's been helping out in the chat, asking some great questions. And now you get your own challenge account, Maria. So congratulations. Yes. Just keep an eye out for your inbox, and the folks in the back end will get that email sent out to you, help you get your account created.
Yes, yes.
And then you can start some trades, start trading with us, right? So congrats on that.
Yep. We're glad. We're glad. So congratulations. That's awesome. Awesome stuff. Yeah, guys, we do this pretty much every day. It looks like we're going to be doing it,
huh?
Yeah, just for a bit longer. So you guys make sure you're tuned in. Thanks so much. Wow, I'm so grateful. We're grateful for you. We appreciate the help you've done today.
Yep. Let me see here.
Congrats.
I was looking at the I was just digging through some older chat stuff. Stacy, yeah. So Stacy says trade gossip. Okay. Right away. Is gossip a fact? Is it a real report release? Gotta be careful with the gossip. Anyway, Stacy, it says indicators from the past wean an overall picture of an economy on the edge of a downturn, according to Moody's Analytics chief economist Mark Zandi. And then you go on to say top economist warns the U.S. is on the precipice of recession. Yeah, that's quite possible. Quite possible. Just keep in mind, economists are just like meteorologists. They're wrong a lot, but they keep getting paid. All that matters is the hard data, right? The inflation reports, the jobs reports, the interest rates, the CPI, the PPI, all that fun stuff. Let me show a chart real quick, and I'm just going to pull up the U.S. dollar.
Like you said, it's one of those things where they can do whatever they want, right? That's like me saying here, well, there's a great chance that the sun's going to come out tomorrow. Well, the sun comes out every day.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist
and
to figure that out.
That's not. Yeah, and that's not to pick on anybody. That's just all I'm saying is the only thing that really truly matters is hard data. Like the people on CNBC, they say stuff all the time that's not fact. It's more of an opinion piece. Not to mention any news outlet. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, whether it's Fox, whether it's CNN, right? Any of these news stations, they it's a lot of opinion pieces. But all that the big banks and institutions care about, all they care about is the hard data, the fundamental data. I'm trying to get this copied so I can paste this up here. Oh, come on. Why are you not pasting?
Come on.
Really? Half the time it works and half the time it doesn't. Come on. I'm trying to copy and paste the U.S. heat map. Come on. This will look real good if I can get this up. Come on. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, why are you not? Paste. Anyway, okay. So here's what I was gonna say. I'm looking off screen. So yeah, I definitely agree. Last week was a bad week. Non-farm payroll, right? 110,000 forecast. They only got 73K, and they had the downward revision of the previous period, which was even worse. They actually said 100. If I remember right, it was 147,000. Jobs, but they revised it to 14,000. So that's pretty much egg on their face, right? That's a horrible look.
Right. It's horrible.
So that's not good. So that was August 1st. That was Friday. August 1st, manufacturing PMIs was bad. Forecasted 49.5. They only had 48. So that's already in contraction territory. when you're looking at just that one report. Let's go to the previous day. PCE year over year. Oh, wait, hold on. Actually, that was a good one. JOLTS job openings. That's the one I meant to say. On the 29th. Forecast 7.5 million. They only actual number got 7.44. So the last three reports, yeah, they haven't been so good. But then you go and look at some other reports. You got the initial jobless claims on the 31st. That was bullish for the dollar. That was a forecasted 224,000, but it was down lower. It was only 218,000. So that's good for the dollar. You had the personal consumption expenditure report come out on the 31st. That was a bullish score because they forecasted 2.7. They actually had 2.8. July 30th, GDP numbers, the quarter over quarter numbers. Remember, that was a really good report. They forecasted 2.5%, but they actually had 3%. And that was after the previous period being in negative territory. So just keep in mind, the economists, I don't want to dog them, but literally they get these reports wrong all the time. So I don't know about you, Michael, but I don't care what any of the economists say.
No,
because all I care about
is
the hard data.
You got people like Kramer, all these talking heads, it's like they're getting paid to say the opposite sometimes, right? Like we seen what's the movie, The Big Short, right? How they talk about Moody's upgrading and downgrading those AAA ratings and stuff is like because they get paid and it's marketing. It's like, dude, you can't. I wouldn't trust none of that. You know what I'm gonna trust is the chart. The technicals. That's what I'm gonna trust.
Fundamentals.
Right? I'll have a fundamental sentiment, but outside of that, it comes down to TA.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, and inflation.
You never know.
A great
agree with stuff like that.
Yeah, but you look at inflation. I mean, it's been they're not at the 2% target rate yet, but you got to think back at the beginning of 2023, at one point we were at 6.5%, right? And then you come to the summer of that month. So about 6 months later, we made it all the way down to 3%. Well, then we bumped back up to about 3.7%. And then we valleyed out again about 3.1, went up to 3.5. Then we valleyed out at 2.4 in November of 2024. And then we got another high of 3% in March of this year. And then we valleyed again at 2.3. So, inflation, it's just one report, but it's been pretty decent. Now, again, we're not down to the 2% level yet, but everything is chartable. And if you look at a chart, which, again, I wished I could just get this dang chart up there. It's trending down. So I try not to look at all these reports just in and of itself. I mean, you got to look at them as a collective whole. And I just don't know why my stuff is not copying and pasting. Oh my gosh. Oh well. Anyway, all I'm saying is just don't look at any one report as the end all be all. Just kind of look at it as a collective whole. And overall, the US dollar is not necessarily super bearish, not necessarily super bullish. It's a 50%, meaning 50% of the recent reports have been bullish. They've exceeded expectations, while 50% have obviously went the other way. And then you got like 3 reports that have been neutral. So like the services PMI report was neutral. So the economists were good on that report. They were good on the CPI year over year, and they were good on the unemployment rate. Other than that, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 reports. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. So 80% of the reports that the economists predicted were either too low or too high. That's a 20%. That's a 20%. They did that. They were correct on 20%. So that's all I'm saying. Like, just take what economists say with a grain of salt.
Yeah,
hope that makes sense
for sure. Because you never know.
Yeah. Hard data.
Never know.
That's all we care about in this industry. I don't care about what anybody on TV says, anybody on radio, anybody on any channel. Give me the facts.
Simple.
That was my rant. That was my rant for the day.
I want the truth, and I want it now. That's pretty much it.
And I want it now.
You'll
Like
never
the
get
G.G. Wentworth commercial. It's
Yeah.
my money, and I want it now.
Yeah.
It's a commercial here in the U.S. for anybody that from the U.S.
Yeah.
Old commercial too.
I know about it.
90s. You probably remember it. Yeah.
I do.
Good.
I do. They played it not too far after the Morgan and Morgan or something like that. Same commercial style.
Good deal. Yep, Maria, good stuff. This is a fantastic start to the week for sure. Absolutely. We're glad to help. Glad to help. Michael, did you have any other? I cut you off earlier. I hijacked the show. Did you have any other? You got some more charts?
Yeah. I still got some more. I got kind of a long way to go, actually.
Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, we got about an hour left. So yeah, just go through yours, and then there's towards the end, we'll take another quick look at what I'm looking at. And again, if anybody has any other assets you want us to look at, or you want us to explain anything like what we're looking at, just let us know. We'll pause whatever we're doing and jump on that. Okay. So back to you, Michael.
Absolutely. Yeah, back in. We can get my screen back up here. Let me continue.
And Michael,
on.
I need to refill my cup. I forgot to do it at break, so I'll be right back. Okay.
Yeah, take your time. So cool. Moving along here, guys. We just did silver, right? So yeah, we just got through silver. And one thing I was going to mention was that just be on the lookout for this huge 800 EMA that is sitting right in the way of this, right? So you want to make sure that this is typically what I just put, move SL to BE. We basically move your stop loss to break even. All right. You don't want to risk that price gets all the way down there and then bounces off that level. Right. So definitely want to move your stop to break even, take that risk off the table, and you will be all set from there. Right. Next up would be crude oil. Crude oil, as you can see, starting to get blown out this box here, but not quite just yet. Reason being is we are looking for that W off the 200 because we have the 5200 cross, so we know we are in level 2. But you see this 5200 is probably about to cross here shortly. So not really sure how this is going to go. But for the time being, we are still looking for W's off this 200 until this crosses. All right. Once that crosses, we are no longer interested in that. We'll be looking for moves to the downside, not the long side. Right. So definitely want to be on the lookout for that. And of course, simultaneously, we want to see with the W, that is, the market baseline giving us that reload, which we already kind of have because market baseline is below the static at this point. Right. So that's what we'll be looking for on crude oil. Next up is Bitcoin. Bitcoin has been in this range for the longest, so I am not interested in this
forever.
At all. Yeah.
Forever.
Yeah, this thing has been sitting.
What are we going on 3.5 weeks?
So, Yep. Some super long. I could see this next move kind of coming out. Someone asked me about buys on Bitcoin, and I was like, I'm not interested. Maybe if it broke out of this area and did something like this, right, then maybe I'll be interested in taking some loans. Maybe. But it'll need to do something like that for sure.
Are those red lines?
But for the time being, yeah. Kind of like the low and the high I'm kind of looking at.
That's it.
But yeah, right now I don't even want to spend too much time on it because this is nowhere near what it should do. So I don't even care about Bitcoin right now. The peso, I marked this up for everybody earlier. I'm going to leave this on here. Actually, as I mentioned, I don't actively trade this. I just look at it for the conversion rates. And let's jump into some Forex pairs. So someone asked about EU earlier, just a bit ago. Let's get into that one. So starting off with the Forex pairs for EU, I'll be looking for shorts. Reason being is, as you can see, the 5,200 has crossed to the downside, which means we are in level 2. All right, so I want to see price do something like this. And I am going to be short bad boy, right? Somewhere into this level here, right? Market baseline is already above the static as well. So nice. That gives us, we already have our reload. So the last thing we're looking for is that M structure, that half a bat structure, that head and shoulder structure off this 200 level. And I'll be super interested in taking this bad boy short.
Yeah.
All right, so something that looks like that. Next up is EJ. EJ is kind of ugly, to be honest. Yeah, I'm not interested in EJ. We did have this move here. Yeah, this would have been the move. EJ, right? Taking it to these lows. Yeah, nearly a 1 for 2 on EJ, right? Basically a 2 for 1. So not bad. This had everything it needed. I'm wondering, this was Friday. Oh, this is why. This happened on Friday, NFP Friday. So I wasn't interested in taking trades on Friday. So that's why that was really nothing. But yeah, this was the move. They made this move with news, which is what happens sometimes. Right. So nothing on EJ because this move already panned out on Friday. And remember, this is level 2. So once you have the M off the 200, there is no other move. Right now, maybe, I'm sorry, this is still level 2. So maybe you could get something, this bounce off this 50 and then continue to the downside. So yeah, I would be interested in something like that. But again, you need to watch out for this 800 EMA. So that might not set up the way you think it is. Well, it will rather. So just be careful with that. But yeah, once price breaks this level here, I'm no longer interested in it, which it hasn't done yet. So it's still kind of close. This could set up later today, tomorrow. So yeah, maybe be on the lookout for this particular bounce move on EJ. Moving along here, Euro CAD. Euro CAD might be nice this week. As you can see, we have this 5,200 cross, so we know we're in level 2. And it's giving us that first little M structure, right? Matter of fact, let me delete this and redraw it. We have this move here where we went up, closed below. So we got one leg so far. We just want to see it come back up, retest the zone, and then drop to the downside, right? That move will look something similar to this, right? Market baseline is already above the static, so we already have our reload happening, which is good. And yeah, more than anything, we'll be looking for some type of move that looks like this. In fact, I'm going to put an alert here that says, check this out. I just want to see what it looks like when it gets to that level. All right, check this out. So I will leave that there. Euro NZD. Remember, Euro NZD was nice last week. We smashed this trade on the shorts. This was the trade of the week. Now we are looking for reasons to go long because we have this 5,200 cross to the upside, right? So I want to see some type of action like this, right? Market baseline is above the static. It needs to go back below for that reload, right? And that move will look something like this to the long side, right? This will take a second to happen. This won't happen today. but we know we're in level 2. So we're looking for that pattern off the 200. So that's what it will look like. All right. Moving along to EG. You mentioned this earlier today. So this markup is from last week and it is completely done now. So let's erase this. Let's draw up a new markup, right? So same thing, 5,200 cross. We know we are in level 2. All right. And then we're looking for that W structure again off this 200 EMA, going back to the upside. Market baseline is above the static. It needs to come below it to give us that reload. And that move will look something like this. Once again, to the upside. Not bad at all. 2.5, risking $1 to make 2.5. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
Right. So similar to you, Tiger, I'm looking to take EG long this week. If it can make some type of pattern like this, I'll gladly take it. Right.
I know.
Moving along to Euro AUD, same thing. Right. We got a 5,200 cross here. We know we are in level 2. All right, level 2. And I'm looking for that same pattern. Give me some type of move here off this 200 EMA back to the upside. I'll take it. Market baseline needs to go below the static, back above for that reload. And that move will look something like this to the long side. All right, stops go below this last swing. Once again, nice 1 for 2.5. It looks great too. I'll take it. I'll take it.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we have this GBPUSD. As you can see, 5,200 cross, so you know we are in level 2. But we're looking for shorts, so level 2 shorts. I want to see something like this happen. All right. Market baseline is just now getting towards the edge, so there's no reload yet. We do want to see it come up, do something like that. Give us that reload to activate those long orders, and we'll short this bad boy to this level. Nice 3 for 1. Will you believe it?
Yeah.
Nice 3 for 1.
That's my top. That's one of my top bearish ones too.
Yeah. If this can set up like this, this will be a nice trade for the week. So let's hope so.
Yeah.
It's kind of making its way back there. We almost at the 200 for the first leg, so we'll see. Moving along, we got GJ. I did not like GJ last week, and I don't like GJ this week either. This is a total pass for me. Way too many hits to the 200, and it was caught in this zone for a very long time. I don't like it when it does this. All right, this is ugly, super ugly. This is probably the ugliest one that I've shown today. This is super ugly. So I'm just gonna pass it all together. Yeah. GA. Pretty ugly too, to be honest. Yeah, this is pretty ugly. I would want to see this again, kind of how I have this drawn out here. Turn back around and go the other way. I don't want to take this short. It's already really low. All right, if we just look to the left, this is really low. I want to take this going long. But everything needs to line up, which will take a second to happen. So I'm going to take this off, and this is just a pass for now. I'll leave GA alone. Same thing with GC. This is really low as well. Once again, if we look to the left, we can see that this has just been falling. Right? I don't want to take this. Remember, once the 5,200 crosses, the next move is the M off the 200, right? Which we have. And it drops. There is no... Once this move kind of comes and breaks this level right here, I don't want to take this short again. So everything down here I'm not interested in shorting this. This is already way too low. I don't want to short this. Did it work out? Yeah, it did. Finally, it finally worked out. Right? I'm not interested in it. So this is a pass for me. GN. I had an alert set. I'm off to 200. So yeah, this was pretty low too. I'm going to delete. Yeah, this is pretty ugly as well. A lot of pound pairs are not looking right to me, so I'm just going to pass on them. I'm going to take this off and leave this one be. Take this alert off as well. Let this one go. Next, we have pound Swiss. Yeah, this is the trade that I took on Friday, right after NFP. Literally right after NFP. It was super, super close to setting up before. And I said, hey, if this sets up at 9, I'll take it. And that's exactly what happened. Here we had the 1350 cross. So we know we are in level 1. Remember, 1350 cross is level 1. There's no M or anything here. It's just a simple bounce off the 50. Right? We had our move that looks like this with the M top. It broke this level. Right? Broke the level there. Kind of came back and gave us this M. M structure dropped. Right? It didn't exactly touch the level, but it came close. Right? And if you look at this, you can see this wick. They probably widened the spread a little bit right here and just took that little bit of piece off. Right?
Nope.
So this was a nice trade. Now, I would have wanted to get in here. However, with the rule set and an NFP that was in the way, it tanked this position. Well, this candle fell all the way down, right? All the way down here. But what I did, and what's the smartest thing to do, is to look for the pullback, right? If you look to the left, I always say look slightly to the left, you can always see a nice zone, right? So when this candle pulled right back to this zone here on this candle, I swear I grabbed this to the hip.
Nailed it too.
I grabbed.
Yep. Yeah. You gotta be quick on that one.
Mm-hmm. I've seen this happening like the entire way. Once this candle came all the way down here and closed, I was like, oh, that was a good one. I said, well, if it comes up here, I'll take it, because that's what gave me the 1-for-1. If you look at it here, you got to put your stops above the swing here, right? And then your target was pretty much this area right here to the left, right?
Hey, Michael.
Right
Hey, we got a couple questions here. Got one from Maria, and hello to Rashid, by the way. Rashid blitzed us with some questions here. So, but I think Maria's was more so for you. How long would you say this would take to play out on the 1 hour? Meaning for it to get from where it is now to execution of NAS, the NASI, the example you have just gone over, if that makes sense.
NAS 100 on this one, or who we talking about? GF? I'm not sure.
I think she's specifically asking for the NASI. Yeah. How long would would you expect? Yeah.
Yep. So this will probably, today is Monday. This could probably happen, I say Tuesday. I don't think this will happen today. This will take a minute to paint on the chart like this. So Tuesday, Wednesday, and this could also never happen, right? Because we could totally get a move that just does this and just goes the other way, and it never sets up, right? But this move specifically that I'm drawing out, maybe Tuesday. I'd say Tuesday. This probably won't happen today. It wouldn't happen today. It'll take too long for it to paint on the chart and confirm. Yeah. So I wouldn't say this will happen today.
Yeah, no, definitely a day or two.
Yeah,
we got a few from Rashid, Michael. Oh, okay.
Yep. Let's go.
Yeah. So Rashid
Hey, Coach
asks,
Michael, have you
well, yeah,
ever taken a break? Have you ever taken a break to retest mentally? Do you mean I'm not setting a pending order? I'm doing the break and retest like in my mind. I guess is that what he asking?
just I think he's just asking, yeah, do you ever take a break to reset yourself, reset mentally? Yeah, just like take a break. Yeah, we take a break. We're taking a break today.
I read it wrong. Yeah, I thought it said
taking a
break
break
to reset. I thought it said break and retest.
Oh. You got
Yeah.
dyslexia like me sometimes.
To be honest, typically no. I mean, I try my hardest not to do come Friday when the market closes. So around 3-4 for me, right? On Friday. I don't even want to talk charts. I don't want to think about it. Like I live in Mexico. It's time for me to hang out with my family, have some fun, hit the beach, see some friends, and eat some good food. Like I try my best not to do anything come Friday. Saturday, I'm definitely not doing anything. I don't want to look at charts. Don't ask me about charts, anything about that. Like that's my day to myself to reset. Like I don't want to. I do this 6 days a week. This is the only day that I get to take off and kind of reset mentally, as you're saying. So Saturdays totally for me, and then Sundays too. Like Sunday the morning, I spend time with my family. We might go do something. And then around the afternoon, right, like 3, 4, 5. That's when I kind of cut my computer back on. I literally closed my computer down at 5 as well. So like charts are down, my computer's off. My desktop, that is. I still have my laptop up so I can do small work. But I close the charts on Friday at 5, and then I'll cut them back on around 3, 4, somewhere around there on Sunday. And then I'm kind of getting back into it. We'll do our routine, kind of get back into the flow, things like that on Sunday. So, yeah, I take that break. I like to say from Friday at 5 all the way to Sunday at 5, right? 4 or 5. So about 48 hours. I take a 48-hour break for the most part, like every week, like clockwork.
Yeah.
He says, Mike, where are you from? I was born in Illinois. I lived in Fort Lauderdale, lived in Atlanta, and now I live in Mexico.
He's south of the border.
Yeah, south of the border here.
And I'm right there with him. The only thing I do over the weekend is I like to get on and just, I've got a few trader friends that I follow. So I just like to kind of get other people's thoughts and input for people that are very similar to me, meaning they are looking at the hard data. Right. So it's always good to hear some opinions of very similar minded traders. And it helps me to build my kind of my game plan as well. I mean, I have my hard data in front of me, so I know what I'm looking for, but it's always nice to hear like-minded traders. Look, trading is one of the loneliest professions you can have. I mean, there's really not a ton of really good ones out there, right? There's a lot of wannabes, right? A lot that flash their Lambos and their Rolex watches and that kind of thing. But, if you, as far as just intelligent but legit, wholesome, genuine people, they're hard to find, to be honest. So, anytime you can find one, latch onto them. I mean, there's, like I said, I got a handful of them that I watch all their material on the weekends and just kind of take a break from doing my own analysis and listen to some other people that have been doing it longer than me, people that are, making a lot more money than me. So it's always good to do that on the weekends. But yeah, you got to cut it all off. You got to get away from the charts, go hang with the family, go take a jog, go do something.
I have to. Literally, it's the funniest thing on Saturdays. I mean, I could be in the jungle, in the cenote. I can be on an island. I need to totally unplug, right? Like, even kind of how I said on like the Know Your Coach video, like when I'm like feeling good outside of the charts, I didn't reset, I didn't got a massage, I'm in flow. Like when I get back to it, to the charts, I'm excited, I'm amped up, I got my break, I'm good to go. Like it gives me that energy and that boost to do this, again, and I just kind of thrive off of that. So yeah, gotta take that break though. Like, and I get it in the beginning, you're trying to figure it out. So you're probably all in front of the charts, but even then, hindsight, that wasn't the best thing to do, right? Like you still needed to unplug a bit just so you can kind of get that, live your life. It's not always all about the charts. As much as we are here and we love it, you got to have that time to yourself, right? Like you just have to. Otherwise, you'll burn out.
Yeah, exactly. And just to kind of piggyback on Rashid's other question, hey, Coach Tiger, what keeps you disciplined when markets are boring? Well, I'm probably the worst person to ask this question. I say that just because I don't get bored. Like I get 1 or 2 good setups a week. Like I'm not constantly in and out of the market like most of the coaches on here. So I don't really get bored. Like I set my alerts and I spend a lot of my time just back testing and back testing and testing new things. I'm always testing a new indicator, testing a new strategy. I mean, I'm going to be testing yours soon, Michael. Do some back testing on it for myself. But yeah, I don't personally have to be getting in and out of the market all the time. So I'm already naturally kind of relaxed with it. Like I'm extremely picky with my setups. Now I say that, but even when I have losses, I still find something to criticize. Right. So as much as I think I'm always getting into ace setups, I'll go back over the losses I do have and realize, oh wait, no, that was a B. Oh wait, no, that was a C. So,
right.
But I like music. Like if I don't have an alert set, well, first of all, I get my sleep, but I like to get on here and just watch silly videos on YouTube. I mean, just to kind of let loose in between alerts, right? Like I said yesterday, I spent half the day watching Try Not to Laugh videos. So there's always something to do. I still have probably 50 books in my bookshelf over here that I need to read. So there's always something to read that doesn't even have anything to do with trading. I love books on just business and life skills, people skills, how to win with people, things like that. Because it helps me for this, right? It helps for this stream. Just learning how to explain things and break it down into very elementary terms for you guys so that you can understand it easy. Like I don't like to just tell somebody you do this, you do this, you do this. I like to explain why, because I know that's how I learn the best. Is if somebody explains to me, okay, we need to do this, but why do we need to do this? What's the backstory? So, but I'm always trying to get better at myself. I mean, that's, I think, a lifelong thing. The more I read, the more I realize I need to read, right? The more I study, the more I realize I need to study. So, I don't really allow for much boring time. I'm thinking about getting a PlayStation to start playing some sports games, get the baseball game. But see, the thing is, I'll fall down the hole, Michael, and then I'll be wasting too much time. So my nephew came up. He comes up every couple of weeks or so and hangs out. And he brings his PS5, and we play the home run derby on the MLB game. He's got the baseball game. So it's pretty exciting. We do that on a Saturday night. And I thought, well, shoot, I should just get me one. I haven't had a PlayStation in a long time. I used to play Madden football all the time and the baseball games, hockey, basketball, sports games. And I got rid of it because there was a time where I was doing too much of it and I was not paying attention or focus on what I wanted to do or accomplish. And but now that I've pretty well turned all of my trading into like a super quick deal, got my algorithm down, I have a lot more downtime. So, just to kind of go back to Rashid's question, there's only so much charting you can do. There's only you kind of have to relax every now and then. Like, obviously, the weekends, right? But even throughout the trading week, I mean, you don't want to burn yourself out. So, get you an app, get you
you
some
need that
exercise.
mental clarity.
I mean, you gotta get that clarity. So,
and just get that mental clarity for sure.
Yeah. But I'm still, I mean, I'm 11 and a half, almost 12 years in. I'm still genuinely excited every day to go onto the market and the charts, the fundamentals, the sentiment, see what the banks are doing. I'm still in study phase. I mean, again, I'm a student of the game. I haven't learned it all. I still have a lot to learn. But that's just a mindset. Like, I'm in it for life. I want to keep getting better and better. So, I don't really get bored.
And I feel like when you're passionate about it, and you would call when you're bit by the bug, is you in it for life. Like, this is like being addicted to something, right? Like, I'm in it for life.
Yeah. Well, my girlfriend says I'm addicted to Forex. Tiger, you're addicted to Forex. Well, yeah, I guess I am. But
I can't deny that.
But it's my career. It's my passion. I mean, it's not work to me. When you're doing something you love, you'll never work a day in your life. So it's cliche, but it's so true. And I love teaching, and I love teaching. I love helping people. So I got the best of both worlds: trading and teaching and coaching. It's nothing better. Nothing better. So. What else did we have on here?
See, Rashid actually asked us a good question. I think we skipped, and then we can get to Maria's question, the winner for today. Congrats again, Maria. It looked like he said, "Hey, coaches, how do I train myself to trust my strategy?" That's a good one. Yeah, homework. Like for me, again, homework. You like how I'm marking up these charts now, and I'll pull up a few here as well in a second. But you gotta do homework. You gotta mark up charts. You gotta know what an actual chart will look like, right? Like on the hard right edge. Let me try to share this. I will share this. Right, so I have literally out of my 5 setups, I have so many markups that it's ridiculous. I probably have about 80 to 100 of each of my setups. So we're talking about 400 to 500 flashcards, plethora of markups, and I can see this in the past. Right, so when it happens, I can easily see this in the future. I'm talking about tons and tons and tons of markups here, right? Like markups after markups after markups after markups after markups, tons and tons and tons, right? I mean, I have so many of them that it's insane. So between having so many markups where, because this helps with the chart time. You need to have the chart time, in your arsenal as well. And then also trading journals, right? Like whatever journal you use, you want to have some type of system where you're tracking your mistakes, you're tracking your wins, you're tracking what actually happens, right? And you want to build that archive of data to be able to say, hey, this trade seems to work out a lot, or hey, this pair I'm seeming to lose on a lot, or hey, this day of the week I seem to not do good. Or, hey, this special event I seem to not do too good on, right? And after you built up enough data, you can slowly but surely, you have enough data to be able to make more informed decisions. So marking up charts, getting that screen time in, and definitely journaling your trades. That's what's going to help you trust your trading plan. Because without that, you're really hoping and wishing that it's going to work out this time.
Yeah. And I got one thing to add to that. Just one thing to add to that. Back end, if you can just move to my chart just for a quick second, and then we can move it back to Michael. The important thing with finding your strategy, let me go back to that real quick. Yeah, train myself to trust my strategy. Yeah, so go to my chart real quick back in, because I want to show everybody what not to do. Because there are so many really good strategies out there. There are so many really good strategies out there. right? There is no one end-all be-all strategy. You can make money in a lot of different strategies, but as soon as back end gets my chart up here, I want to show you what not to do, because this becomes a vicious cycle whenever my chart comes in.
Back in, we can get that chart pulled up.
Chart. This is a visual that I want everybody to see, because this is what so many people do. So this is what to do. You look at the blue, find a strategy. Okay, everybody finds a strategy. Then you create a plan and trade it. But then you suffer some losses.
Give me 1 second, Tiger. I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah. So you find a strategy, you create a plan and trade it. You suffer some losses, you dump the strategy, and then you go back and find another strategy. And then you create a plan and trade it. Then you suffer some losses. Then you dump the strategy. But then you go find another strategy. So this is the vicious cycle that most traders go through, right? They read a book on technical analysis. They watch a few YouTube videos, right? They think they've got it figured out. Then they go create something. It might work. You might win a few trades. You might win some trades in demo. You might even pass a challenge, a prop challenge. But then you go and you suffer those losses when the real money starts kicking in. You get scared. You dump the strategy. So all I'm saying is there are so many ways. There are 1,000 ways to make money in the markets. But as long as you're following the hard data and you're doing your back testing, give it 3 months, give it 6 months. Don't get into a strategy and try it for a couple weeks and then kick it to the side because it's not working for you. The basics of trading any system are fairly simple. It's just all the nuances that take time to master. So yeah, just avoid this. Avoid this vicious cycle, because that right there will kill. That will that'll suck so much of your time up and your energy.
Yep.
Whereas there's a good book.
One of the top reasons why traders don't become successful. This goes on the list. They strategy hop. This is one of the major reasons right here. You can't do this.
There's a book. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you can. You'll just be wasting a lot of time, right? There's a book I read. I recommend everybody to read. It's called 3 Feet from Gold. It's a very, very good book. It talks about, just briefly, the story of a farmer that was told he had gold in his, like they found a little bit of gold, right? Tiny bit of gold. So he decided to sell off his whole farm and take all his money and invest in a gold mining setup. And he started digging, started mining for gold. Well, he couldn't find it beyond those first few flakes or whatever he found. And after so much time, he got tired of it. He gave up. They sold the farm. Somebody came in behind and they just dug right in the same spot. And literally they dug 3 feet deeper. What'd they find? They find the gold. So basically the first guy just gave up. So a lot of people give up on good strategies. So just don't do that, because if you stick with it a little bit longer, again, you can make money on a lot of different strategies. No one strategy is better than any of them. I mean, there's some that are a lot more accurate, some that make a lot more money, but just avoid the strategy hopping, because it'll save you so much time and heartache. I just wanted to throw that out there.
No, it's true. It's so true. I mean, I've seen tons of memes like that, right? It got like one at the top and it's one at the bottom, and this guy's like, he got the pitchfork and he's like going, right? And the one at the bottom, he's going. He's so close to it, but the one at the top, he's turned around because he gives up. But the one at the bottom, yeah, they're further, but they're about to get it. It's diamonds in some of those like memes or whatever. Same concept, different, but same concept. If you see someone at the casino putting all their money in one machine, they keep hitting it, loser. Finally, they give up, and then a person comes behind and puts in one coin and hit the jackpot, right? Like we see this same story all the time, just different versions of it, basically. but
yeah, there's your book right there, 3 Feet from Gold. Turn your obstacles into opportunity.
You know, Tiger, I have 4 credits on Audible, and I've been looking for new books to get. So I'm gonna get this. I'm gonna take a picture of it.
Oh, you're gonna love it, man. You're gonna love it. That's a good one. That's Sharon Lecter's the writer. She's part of the Napoleon Hill Foundation. If anybody's ever heard of Napoleon Hill, you know that. Yeah. It's so they created the Napoleon Hill Foundation, the Think and Grow Rich series, and Sharon Lecter, she's one of the artists or one of the authors that works for the company, and she wrote this book, and she took some of Napoleon Hill's old writings and actually kind of updated it and I think put it into the book, if I remember right. But excellent book, really good book. So check it out. Highly recommended. In fact, I'm probably going to post that because on Mondays on the Discord channel, I go to the resources tab, and this is for everybody watching, and I'll put a book or some type of teaching on there every Monday. So just check that out. I put one last Monday. I'm going to put another one today after the stream ends. So keep an eye on that. And I'll definitely put some good stuff I've personally read, and obviously trading stuff, but I'll also be adding some stuff like this, some mindset, business type, personal development books, life books, personal development, people skills, that kind of thing. So it all helps trading. So yeah.
So you know what's so cool? I got something cool to tell you since we're on the topic. I'm sure you know Les Brown, right?
Yeah. Heck yeah. Love that guy.
Yep. So funny enough, before we moved to Mexico, my girl used to work at a really popular hotel. It's called the 12. Like all the celebrities go there and everything. It's a really popular hotel. It's right downtown. In fact, when we go back, that's where we stay at. They have it's really nice. They got like the kitchen and the whole setup, and a lot of celebrities end up going there. So, but one of the days, believe it or not, she said, "Babe, guess who's here?" I'm like, "Who?" She said, "Les Brown." I'm like, "Stop playing." She said, "No, Les Brown is here." And I'm like, "Are you serious?" And she's like, "Yeah." She actually got a picture with him. I'm gonna see if I can find it. But yeah, she met Les Brown and everything. She got a picture with him.
I saw him at a business conference. Yeah, I saw him at a conference probably 15 years ago, 20 years ago, something like that. It's been a while, but no, excellent speaker.
Right. No, I love the comedy that he adds to it.
Yeah, I just love. Yeah. He's so eloquent and so just entertaining. Speaker to listen to. Good stuff.
Yeah.
What else we got here?
Here it is.
Did you want to go back to your chart?
Yeah, we can go back to it. We got a few minutes left. I think we got like 17 minutes left or something. So yeah, let's get back to it. Cool. I think we have a question or two more.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch on that. So Rashid, all I'm saying is you don't have to necessarily stick with one. All I'm saying is just give it the proper time it deserves to do your back testing, right? Don't quit after a week or two. You might give it a few months, 3 months, 6 months, something like that. That's all I'm saying. If you do too much at once, though, it can definitely get overwhelming, especially if you're a newer trader. So yeah, just give them all a chance, and your character, your personality will eventually pick the trading method that works best for you. So hopefully I clarified that okay.
Right. So really quick, Maria Foster, the winner today, she asked us, coaches, what are your thoughts on the orb strategy? I've been using the 15-minute and executing the 5-minute, and I can say overall it's been pretty good. I've seen that on – I don't have too much to add to this, unfortunately. I've seen that on Instagram, like those little reaction videos, I guess, that they do of people doing like org strategies. So I don't know too much about it. What about you, Tiger? Can you elaborate a little bit further on that?
Nah, not really. I mean, everything I do is on such higher time frames. I don't really get into the opening range breakouts, all that. It sounds like a good thing. I mean, I should take that back. In penny stock land, yeah, okay. I should clarify that. So I did use the orb in penny stock trading. But it's just different. Again, it's different. So breakouts are a little easier. You can do breakout trading in penny stock land because you don't typically have the financial institutions playing on the junkiest stocks that there are. So, you're typically trading with just retail traders. Well, retail traders love breakouts.
Right.
So that's it. I mean, I was able to make it work in penny stocks. I don't have the experience in anything that's got a lot of volume, to be quite honest.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. So
yeah,
but yeah, it sounds to me like a strategy. I personally haven't used it.
And I'll just add to this: out of the tens of thousands of dollars that I've thrown down the drain trying to get a EA to work, this came across basically my desk with something like that. And it came down to that breakout. I'm not a breakout fan. I just don't really believe in that. I believe in the break and retest, right? So I know this has something to kind of do with that, but more or less, again, I'm more of a break and retest fan. Like once it breaks that zone and then retests that zone and kind of take it from there. But the pure breakout, I'm not a fan of that at all. Like not one bit. Right. Because it always comes back, right?
Yeah,
it seemed like it always does.
Yeah, and that's playing right into the hands of the big banks taking the liquidity, right? So,
yeah,
you want to, it's just best to buy undervalue instead of buying overvalue.
Exactly,
it really is.
That's how my approach. So, seriously.
Now, a lot of technical analysis books will teach you that, right, Michael? They're going to teach the breakouts and all that, but it's just, if 90% of traders are losing their money, 90, 95, depending on which stat you read, well, they're quite often they're learning that from a lot of these technical analysis books, especially the older ones. So
exactly.
You got to be careful. That's why I say that's why I'm just like when I'm posting them on the resources part of Discord. I mean, I'm just one person. It's just one person's advice, but I'm not going to be recommending any of those traditional technical analysis books because some of them are written by.
So that's much better. At least you wait for the retest and then execute. That's way better than just taking a breakout. Way better, right?
Oh, that's great.
Because in a way, Tiger and I, we trade the break and retest as well, right? Like we want to see it retest the zone, not the initial zone though. Like right, like I call it the fake out. Like I know everyone's jumping on right here. I don't want to take that trade. I don't. I want it to look like it's running, and then it's going to pull back to that zone and turn and continue. I want to take that trade. Right.
Yeah, and
the breakout to me is the fake out.
Yeah, I mean the best example was that pound Japanese. I mean, no, the euro pound. Best example right here. Euro pound, right? You had that trend line.
Yep.
So a lot of technical analysis books teach you to trade the breakout. Okay, we're breaking down, right? So they say, "Oh, you better sell there." Okay, well they're selling right into a demand zone where the institutions are waiting. That's that 4-hour demand zone. I mean, yeah, they could profit about 40 pips, right? I mean, you could profit about 40 pips, but you don't get a lot of RR on this. So, yeah, they're telling you to sell, but you're bouncing right into demand, and then the big banks take price up. So that's what you call a fake out. This is sucking in the shorts and smoking them fools, right? So just be careful what books you read.
Simple as that. Simple as that.
It happens so much.
So we got a
penny stock land too.
Yeah, I bet it does. They gotta create their liquidity. Those are the suckers, as you say. But yeah, we got a question from Michael. It says, I work full time. Is there a strategy I can learn that won't take up too much of my time? There's a lot of strategies, and I'm sure you can add to this too, Tiger, because you're more of a higher time frame trader as well. But yeah, instead of focusing on like the smaller time frames, Mike, probably focus on a strategy that has a higher time frame. So weekly, daily, 4 hour, you know what I mean? Something more along those lines. I gotta turn this alarm off. It's my wake up time. I gotta cut this off.
Oh yeah. Wake up. That's funny.
I deleted it. Yeah, I deleted it. It's my old alarm. But yeah, back to it, Michael. Just maybe not something that's so close, like the 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour. Maybe try to be closer to like the 4 hour daily, weekly, something like that. Because that way you don't have to sit in front of the charts all day. You can work. Maybe you can check your phone, every few hours, whatever the case may be. That'll help you out much more.
Yeah, Michael.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Tiger. Go ahead and add to it.
No, I was just going to piggyback on that, Michael Clace. Yeah, good rule of thumb. Like just as an example, the way I do it, I look at my daily chart, which you see on the right, and I look at my 4 hour chart on the left. So I'm looking for those supply and demand zones. Well, think of it this way. If you can look at the chart every 4 hours, like maybe you have a regular 8 to 5 job, 9 to 5 job, maybe you have a lunch in the middle, right? Well, the 4 hour chart will allow you to trade on that time frame because you could check it in the morning. You could check it at lunch, and then obviously you could check it after work, right? So that's really the way to look at your time zones. If you can look at the chart every 4 hours, then you can look at the 4 hour. If you can look at it every hour, then use the 1 hour. Obviously, if you're on the road all day long, maybe you look at the daily. Maybe you can only look at your chart once a day, right? That's kind of the general rule of thumb. But me personally, I've got the freedom to look at charts all day, but I still prefer the 4 hour chart for my supply and demand zones. I mean, the daily and then the 4 hour, so I get that confluence. So even though I can sit on the charts all day long, I still personally prefer the higher time frames, because the higher time frames you go, the more accurate they are, because that's where the banks are trading. They're not trading on 5 minute charts. They're not trading on 15-minute time frames, right? So even if it's something as simple as starting off on the higher time frames, hey, it's easier and less stressful to, figure out your game plan. If you start off trading on the 5 and the 15, that's stressful, man. Listen, it's stressful. It's something that takes time, but if you're just wanting to kind of tiptoe in, test the waters out. Yeah, if you can look at your chart every 4 hours, I recommend 4 hour chart. That's just what I would recommend.
Right. I look at the 4 hour chart every day.
Yeah, daily for trend, and I try to find that demand as well, supply and demand, and then 4 hour for supply and demand. If it's inside of a daily, that's extra confluence. I love it. And then, whenever you actually get an alert, you just go down to a smaller time frame, maybe a 30-minute, maybe a 15-minute, maybe an hour. Right. However often you can look for that reversal candle with some volume, and then you're off to the races. I mean, that's just one example, but yeah, hopefully that helped you out a little bit.
Yeah. Definitely just check out the higher time frame. Short version. Higher time frame trade.
Top down analysis.
Right.
Top down analysis.
Right.
What we got, Michael? We got 13 minutes.
Next person.
No, I'm sorry. My math.
Coach Michael,
11
how do you
minutes.
define? Okay, Coach Michael, how do you define freedom as a Forex trader? I guess you mean in day-to-day life, I would imagine. Yeah, the coolest thing about it all is, and I'm super biased to this, but I'm just going to say it anyway, right? Learning how to trade is the best skill set you can ever learn in your entire life. To me, it's better than learning how to be a plumber, carpenter, mechanic, doctor, lawyer, engineer, brain surgeon, whatever. Like, in my opinion, it's the best skill set you can possibly learn in your life. I actually equate it to learning a superpower, right? Like, what other job can you click some buttons on the mouse and money flows into your account? I mean, come on, it's the best thing ever.
Your personal ATM machine.
Yeah, it's the coolest thing ever to me. That's freedom, right? Obviously, when we step into these roles as being mentors and coaches, and teammates, that's something separate. So yeah, we do speak to people and, have to show up in that capacity. But let's say we didn't. If I was just a simple trader and I just didn't want to talk to anybody, didn't want to teach or train or mentor anybody, I could do this same thing right from my laptop in some secluded wherever, right? Whether it's an office, a room, beach. And as long as you got internet connection, you're set. There's no one telling you what you need to do. Show up here, you get off this time. It's all up to you. That to me is the ultimate freedom, right? And I'm actually fortunate enough to say that this skill set has provided me and my family like a beautiful life. I wake up every day and just am so happy for everything I have. Seriously. And a lot of this came from trading, right? Just deciding to pick this career and take it serious and develop the skill set, That's freedom to me.
Yep.
That sounds like freedom to me.
Yeah,
right?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
And again,
and he do it all in his underwear.
Yeah, I could be in my underwear right now. You guys probably wouldn't even know it. So I think that's cool. Like that's awesome. Yeah. I get to be home with my daughter, pick her up. Well, she's out of school right now, but she'd go back on the 18th. But I get to pick her up, drop her off, spend time with her all day. There hasn't been a day that she has not had that I've been here. Well, she's been here on Earth, and I haven't been there to be able to do whatever. Right? Like that's freedom to me. To me, that's freedom. That's one of the reasons that we moved here. That I picked this skill set and just gave it my all. I mean, I literally can't think of anything better than this. Seriously.
Yep. No, that's true. Look, I worked remote for a couple other sales jobs, and I tell you, at that time, I thought I was living uptown because I didn't have to drive through the traffic to get to work anymore. I can work from home, smile and dial, making all the sales I was making on the phone. That was great, but yeah, it's nothing like trading at home. That's even better because now I don't have to call and sell somebody on something.
Exactly. No, I love it. I love it.
Get any better. We did have a final answer for the poll question, Michael. Which pairs are on your radar this week? It looks like euro dollar and pound dollar were tied with 36%.
Oh, wow.
Dollar Japanese yen had 18%. And then wild cross, 9% set of cross pairs. So, yeah, euro dollar. I mean, look, that just so you guys know, it's given me a bullish score of a 6. So I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on it. I was just looking at the chart. I mean, euro dollar and then pound dollar. It's kind of weird, Michael. Euro dollar is giving me a bullish score of a 6, but pound dollar, which is the euro's brother, right, is giving me a -7. So it's completely on the opposite end of the spectrum. So yeah, euro dollar. I just don't like where it's at right now. I really don't like where it's at. I hate
definitely has some
euro dollar. Yeah, it's disgusting. Now pound dollar looks good. So yeah, like I said earlier at the start of this stream, I mean, I like about 50 pips away from this supply zone right here. So that's why I picked the pound dollar on that poll question. But yeah, we'll see how that works out. But so anyway, yeah, that's good to see what people are watching. Yeah, my opinion, the pound dollar looks a lot better. Mike sounds like Michael's too.
Right. For sure.
Dollar Jap.
For sure.
Dollar Japanese yen was also an answer on there. Now, dollar Japanese yen is getting a -5, so it's also getting a bearish bias, but it's just been kind of, you look at the daily, it's just been kind of a slow grind upwards. So we haven't really, if I'm looking at it on a 4-hour chart, we've got higher highs, higher lows. So even though the fundamentals are telling me to sell this market, I don't have a confirmed downtrend yet. So kind of like I drew Friday, I need to see a lower low and I need to see a higher high for me to feel more comfortable selling this market. I need a confirmed downtrend. So I don't like this market. I don't like the euro dollar. My only choice between the three is the pound dollar right now. Because at least I have confirmed. I mean, I got a confirmed, I got the confirmed higher or lower high, and I got the confirmed lower low. So this is established itself as a trend.
Right.
So,
well, sweet. Looks like we only got about 5 more minutes, guys. We'll wrap up these questions here quickly. And make sure you guys stay tuned for the next set of coaches. We'll take a 15-minute break and get right back into it for the pre-market posts, right? So cool. Maria Foster says, great answer, Coach Michael. This is why I got into trading. I want to experience the peace of mind and satisfaction of not having to worry financially. That's correct. That's what trading will provide you. Again, best skill set you can possibly learn, right? For sure. Great, Coach Michael. Thanks a lot, Rashid. And it looks like Maria also said, coaches, do you think gold will hit an all-time high this month after a very bullish day Friday after the news? I want to say gold has not been having a problem this year hitting all-time highs, right? It's been doing it several times this year.
And it's just taking a little break, but yeah, overall, no, it's been the best, probably one of the best assets, right?
Yeah, gold and Bitcoin, right? This year they've been kicking away. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, gold. Do I think it can do it this month? I mean, we got 30 days. This is the 4th. So yeah, I think it could do it. If I had to say yes or no, yeah. When that can happen? If not this month, maybe next month, right? Maybe. But yeah, I do think it could do it this week for sure. Now, me and Tiger would love to see a nice little pullback first so we can get in on that trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? But can it do it? I believe it can. For sure.
Here's gold right here.
For sure.
Just looking at the fundamentals of gold. So currently gold and silver are neutral, but again, 5 or higher score for everybody watching. 5 or higher is a bullish bias. So yeah, it's definitely, it's almost there. I need one more thing to happen for gold to be bullish again. But yeah, retail positioning. So look, everybody's net short in gold, right? People are picking tops. That's why 90% of people lose because they're not looking at the data. They're looking at the top and thinking, well, I can sell it up here. It'll be super cheap. But then they short. And what do? We suck in the shorts and smoke them fools, as always, right?
Exactly.
So that's all that's happened in gold this last 3 weeks or whatever it's been. As you got retail traders shorting, and then you got the people that know a thing or two about how the fundamentals work, including the big banks, buying. Well, somebody's going to win this battle, and it's not going to be pretty for some of the people, right? So, I have an idea who that might be. But anyway, yeah, I'm with you though. 4,000, absolutely. Especially with the tariff stuff. I mean, we were getting a lot of trade deals, which is really good for the U.S. But yeah, how much time we got? Oh, we got 1 minute. So look, this is the U.S. economic heat map. This is what I was trying to show, and then we'll get off of here. But you got 50% good, 50% bad, as far as all these different reports. So just need a little more information. Again, that negative report, if we get that negative report tomorrow for the services PMI, then that'll give gold an extra point to a 5. And then we can look for some pullbacks or a breakthrough, retest, buy to the long side. Absolutely, we could get to 4,000 by the end of the month. Yes. By the way, my birthday is at the end of this month. So I'm going to be having a good month, a birth month. I don't have a birthday, I have a birth month. So will gold be to 4,000? It very well could be. So, Michael, shoot, that's it, brother. We have reached the end.
That's it. That's all. Welcome. Thank you guys for tuning in. Definitely a great session. Maria, once again, congratulations on winning that account. Rashid.
Yeah, congrats.
Everybody who's joined today, guys. We appreciate it. You guys stay tuned. Take a 15-minute break, but we'll get to see the New York guys do the open with the pre-market pulse. And stay tuned, guys. And yeah, you guys stay safe out there. Happy trading, and we will catch you guys tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.
Richard. All right, Tiger.
Wait, yeah.
I'll check y'all out.
See y'all. Richard, talk to you later, man.
All right. Take it easy.
All right. You too.
Hola Prime. Trade with transparency.